Eddie, good morning. I lost the little cleaning cloth I usually my glasses. I have no idea where it went. And dude, anyway, I was meaning to play more Umineko yesterday, but I ended up not feeling all that well at all. Also missed streaming the Balatro like multiplayer thing me and my friends did, which a little unfortunate, but also was unsure how things would turn out in the first place. Felt pretty fun though, even though I lost immediately the first two rounds I was in. Oh, which is typical of me being in any sort of tournament, I suppose. Anyway, I got back on. Features looking at a clock as it's nothing but my turn on it. Oh my, would you look at the time? At that. Boom, boom, boom. So, where were we? I think they were at the dinner, but they kicked all the kids out, like, before they started getting to the real good stuff, dude. I know the BGM and stuff is still on. I just want to still take this time to remember all that happened earlier and whatnot. So, she's still in the VIP room. She hasn't shown herself. At least not in front of a, like, a battler. I wonder if she ever, like, actually will. A lot of drama about Beatrice showing up. That was basically the whole stream. Alright, and then Beatrice was also like Battler was telling her that things were all jumbled up and different, and she was all like, well, you were complaining that I wasn't there at all, so now I am. Might need to grab some more coffee already. I was must have been more thirsty than I thought, because I guess I was like chugging it. Like already half done. Whoa. I take a break a little earlier than intended. That keeps up. Oh, and then Rosa also, like, right, Beatrice gave Maria and Rosa, like, different letters. I assume the one she gave Rosa is the same as the one she gave Maria in episode 1. Here, let me move this a bit closer. There we go. But I still want to see it. I still want to see what that letter said. Epitaph. Oops. That ain't gonna show anything. And then everybody screaming at Genji, like, yo. Who is Beatrice in this VIP room? Guessed everyone out. I wonder when Maria's gonna open her letter and let us know what was in that. What else happened? I think that was pretty much the entire stream yesterday. Like what happened at the dinner table, people talking about Beatrice. I can't think of many other important details. Like I woke up like pretty much an hour ago, so maybe my brain's moving a bit slow. I can't think of anything else that happened. But with the the way this episode is going, I also don't really have many theories at all as to like how things are gonna play out. Beatrice being here definitely changes things a lot. If the murders are gonna happen again, they're gonna be in different order, I feel like. I don't think they'll be the same. Why did Rudolph say, or have a feeling that he was gonna die in episode 1? That's still bothering me. What's up with Beatrice's portrait changing every time specifically Kyrie thinks of her? Why hasn't Beatrice actually stated her name to anyone that she meets? Not real. Alright. Get this music out of here. Go back to here. The kids have been kicked out of the freaking dining hall before they even got to finish eating. They're all back at the guest house now, I suppose.
How's this for you?
Ow. Howdy, swag master. Didn't even get to read the letter. I hope we go, like, it zooms us back over to their whole discussion they're about to have. Anyway, let's continue. Yeah, okay. Hideyoshi's claim that advertising doubled the taste was apparently right. After being chased out to the guest house, the kids and Nanjo had gathered in the cousin's room. Nanjo's here too? They gathered in the cousin's room and were eating the cake that Kumasawa had brought for dessert. It was both wonderful and high class, topped with lavish amounts of cream and decorated deliciously with fruit. Devilishly? Delightfully devilishly. Devilish. More. Lavish amounts of cream. I don't know if this is just me. Like, I like cake, but I hate it when cake is, like, excessively topped with, like, frosting or cream. Like, cake is already sweet enough on its own, I think. I don't want to, like, take a bite and have it be, like, 30% icing. I hate that sort of thing. Apparently common on cakes, though. Usually what I end up doing if I eat a cake like that is I just scrape off a lot of the icing and just eat the bread. Bread? Is that what you would call it? I suppose so. What is cake but very sweet bread? Do very much enjoy cakes with fruits, though. Strawberries, peaches, pineapple. Pineapple cake is great. But delicious as it was, it didn't taste quite as good. For some reason.
ゴーダさんの脳書きがないと味ってずいぶん落ちるんだな。
Stop talking good about Goda, he sucks.
脳書きを求めようにも熊さんのばあちゃんに聞いた日にゃこのケーキの原料もサバってことになっちまうぜ。
Oh yeah, mackerel cake. Dang, not set correctly. When did that get smaller? Was it when I was scrolling through some other stuff?
サバからケーキってできる？
I hope not.
ええ、このケーキもサバの絞り汁に小麦粉と卵を混ぜて焼き上げるとふっくら焼き上がるのでございます
Sawa,
よ。
don't lie to her.
それが本当ならすごいね。お父さんの店の新メニューにサバケーキとか登場するかもしれないよ。
Yeah, macro cake.
サバって栄養満点でヘルシーっぽいイメージがあるしよ。女性とかお年寄りに人気が出たりしてな。
You know, I don't think I've ever eaten a mackerel before.
女はそんなゲテモノは食わねえぜ。
You sure about that?
年寄りも遠慮したいところですな。
Anjo speaking for the elderly.
美味しいんですけどね。
Maso was really cheering up the mood with her classic mackerel jokes. A classic. But the sound of the downpouring rain kept turning their attention towards the mystery guest. In the end, they showered Maria with questions again, since she was the only person here to have met Beatrice. Oh, the mystery
まさ
music.
かあの話が本当だったとはね。
その口ぶりだとマリアが魔女に会ってたって話は信じてなかったまでにも初耳じゃねってことらしいな。
ああ、夢見がちなお年頃のよくあるおとぎ話くらいに思ってたぜ。
Oh, so she heard of Maria. Or rather, I guess they heard Maria meeting with a witch before, but they just took it as like one of her fantasies. Imagination.
親族会議に来るたびにマリアは会って一緒に遊んでた。
そうですね。ベアトリーチェ様は普段はお姿をお見せになりませんけど、心が綺麗で素直な方の前にはひょっこり姿を現していたずらをすることもあるそうですからね。
Honest people with clean hearts. Portrait. Beatrice referred to that character in the fairy tale about the Rokujima witch. To keep Kinzo in a good mood, the family and servants acted as though they believed in the witch of his delusions. To keep... Oh, wait. And that's how Rokujima's fairy tale, or maybe ghost story, had come into being. The family members knew that backstory. The fairy tale of the Golden Witch wasn't something to be taken too seriously. However, they were never able to say that out loud in front of Kinzo. Because of that, the legend of the witch carried a lot more weight to someone like young Maria, who didn't know the story of how it had come into being. That's why Maria believed in the legend of the witch. She accepted it entirely. It was only natural for an imaginative girl who believed in witches. So people had avoided saying things that would betray her dream. On the contrary, they had worked together to say and do things that would help liven up her dreams without her knowing.
だから
Like
マ
dressing
リア
up
ちゃん
as
が
her.
ベアトリーチェにもらったお菓子と言って僕らに見せびらかすことがあっても、多分誰かがそういうことにしてマリアちゃんの手提げの中にこっそり飴玉でも忍ばせたのだろうって思ってた。
私も昔に2度か3度そういうふりをして
Oh, really?
こっそりお菓子を置いてあげたことがあります。おそらく熊沢さんにも、いや使用人の皆さんや後宮家の皆さんも一度や二度はあるんじゃないでしょ
You're
う
just
か。
hiding candy everywhere?
無邪気な小さい子が喜ぶなら口裏を合わせてお菓子を置いてくこともあるか。ってことはジョージの兄貴なんかだいぶやってそうだな。
Like Easter, but better? I don't know. Just candy. You know, it's a long time ago, but during Easter, whenever all the relatives and stuff would get together, some of them used to like put actual cash in some of the eggs. I forgot who did it a lot. One of my uncles? But he would hide the eggs in the most absurd places, dude. I remember one time we were at a park and he somehow got it, like, in one of the freaking tallest trees there, dude. I wasn't able to get it, but one of my cousins ended up actually being able to climb the tree. I think it had something like $20 in it. It's a lot for a kid at that time. I would have gone for it too, but also, like, I think that was after the point where I had broken my collarbone, I think it was. So I was kind of wary of climbing anything tall. Yeah, have you done anything like that, George? Probably be too. It'd probably be boorish. Yeah, that's not boorish would be 1-0, right? Boorish. To admit such a thing out loud. George admitted it while being extremely worried that Maria didn't find out.
つまりサンタクロースみたいなもんか。
Santa.
子供の夢を守るために両親がグルで嘘をついて寝静まったこの枕元にプレゼントを置いていたと。
They're saying that Santa isn't real again. The second time. I think they did. I'm pretty sure Battler said something like this in episode 1.
子供の夢って守ってあげたいし。私は当然サンタなんていないってとっくに知ってるわけだけど。
Actually, I'm pretty sure he did, because I think I remember during Joe's playthrough that he didn't want to read the line out loud. Specifically because I think he had like kids somewhere like outside his room or something.
もし覚めなくてもいい夢だったなら一生信じていたかったぜ。
世の中は世知辛いばかりだと知ってしまうからこそ、大
Terrible
人
thing.
はせめて子供の綺麗な夢を守ってやりたいと。
So they're just saying that Santa doesn't exist right in front of her. Does she know that, I guess?
いますとも。ベアトリーチェ様はおり
Am
ま
I
す
too
よ。
old to be still believing in Santa? Probably. I can't remember when I found out.
サバを干して紅茶の出汁に使おうと
Actually,
しておりましたら、そこへひょっ
Pretty sure I was told very early on that Santa wasn't real. I think that was mostly so my parents can start tempering my expectations on what to get, since we were a particularly wealthy family. I guess is fair enough. Can't be angry at that. When I was drying mackerel to make some black tea.
まあつまりこういう調子だったはずなんだけどね。
つまりマリアを除けば
In other words,
誰も信じてなかった
simply
はず
put,
の魔女ってわけだ。
少し言葉が足りないね。
yeah, Kinzo believes in Beatrice.
信じてなかったんじゃない。信じさせてあげようとしたんだ。
So, this is about not betraying a child to innocence. But Santa doesn't exist in reality. Beatrice does, except she doesn't. Man, I almost want to speed through this so I can go and get another Witch Tea Party episode. If you don't want kids to be all disappointed when they learn the truth, you'd be better off not showing them that dream in the first place. It is the fact that I think like this. It's the fact that I think like this proof that I'm still a long way from becoming a full adult. The true nature of the Rokenjima witches was finally starting to taking shape in Battler's mind. However, their current situation overrode this understanding, and in fact, it completely overturned its very premise.
という認識だったはずの魔女のベアトリーチェ様が実際に現れちまったと。
Loves magic.
そういうことか。しかもだ、おじさんたちの騒ぎを見る限り、どうも招かれた客でもないらしい。こりゃ面白そうな話だぜ。
Where's the story going? Where could it possibly go for episode 3? Unless maybe this episode doesn't go over like the full 2 days. Maybe it gets split.
ルドルフおじさんも言っていた悪魔の証明そのものだよ。ベアトリーチェと名乗る女性の存在を僕たちは誰も知らなかった。
Talking about the devil roof again.
でもだからといってそれがベアトリーチェが実在する可能性を否定できるわけじゃない。
南條先生はじいさまとの付き合いが長いですよね。
一時期親族会議でクラウスさんたちに随分と聞かれた話ですな。その昔金蔵さんにベアトリーチェという愛人がいて、その隠し子がいるのではないかという話です。
なるほどな。親父たちは遺産分配で頭がいっぱいだ。そこに愛人の娘なんてのが現れれば面倒なことになるのは火を見るより明らかってわけだ。
I'm thinking more again. If the murders do start happening, like, there's never... I don't think there's going to be a question on who's doing it, right? Because I feel like everyone will immediately start assuming that it's Beatrice, right? And if they do, what are they going to start doing about it? Right? Continue sitting here thinking about what's going to happen next when I could just play through it. Kinda dumb. She's a hag with a cane. How's she gonna murder 6 people? That's what they're gonna be arguing about.
クラウスさんたちも最初は源氏さんに聞かれたのでしょう。しかし源氏さんは金蔵さんに忠誠を誓う側近で、多分私よりも金蔵さんが心を許す親友です。源氏さんは多分何も語らなかったのでしょう。それで次に古い友人である私の方に話を聞こうということになったのでしょうな。
で結論として南條先生。
おりました。
He did. A lover, huh?
いえ、私は会ったことはありませんぞ。
Ah. Howdy, darn.
ですが、そういう女性と交際があったと金蔵さんから聞かされたことはありました。相当昔にお亡くなりになられたそうで。
How's she here?
死んだ。その間に子供がいたとか。
それはわかりません。ただ金蔵さんはベアトリーチェを蘇らせるために研究をしていると常々言っておりました。普通は 愛人を失い忘れがたみがいたならば、そちらにその分の愛情を注ぐものです。
Yeah, that was pretty much their thought process at like the near end of the second day when they were all in Kenzo's room.
ですから、金蔵さんとベアトリーチェの間に子供はいなかったろうと、私たちは自然に考えました。
Oh, the portrait changed again.
うん？
Oh, you saw that too, Battler?
ってことは、それも悪魔の証明になっちまうな。
なるぜ。愛人との間に子供がいなかったことは証明不能。現にこうして現れた以上、いたってことになっちまうわけか。
少し暴力的な理論だね。
I don't know about that.
後宮家の遺産問題でトラブルが生じていることを聞きつけ、何者かがおじい様の大昔の愛人関係を知り、それを装って遺産問題に食い込もうとしているとかの方が現
That
実的だよ。
one seems a bit stretched, though, don't you think? They would need to know about Kinzo's relationship with her. And somehow hear about the whole inheritance thing going on. And also resemble Beatrice quite a bit.
現実的ではある。しかし、本当に彼女が隠し子で。しかもその上、じい様に顧みられなくて、孤独に生き、復讐に帰ってきたって設定も否定はできねえよな。
復
Revenge.
讐？なんだよそれ。
ああ、すまんすまん。男なんだよ。ついつい面白そうな方に脚色しちまうぜ。妙なドラマの見過ぎだな。
I don't think I've seen many dramas myself. Yeah, no? Maybe? Not normal dramas anyway. Like anime with like drama in it. Normally that might have come off as a light joke. But the joke had landed after an uninvited mystery guest calling herself Beatrice had marched in one day. Or marched in on the day of the family conference, where the bloody argument that the inheritance had. Reading is hard, but let's reread this. Normally, that might have come off as a light joke, but the joke had landed after an uninvited mystery guest, calling herself Beatrice, had marched in on the day of the family conference, where the bloody argument that the inheritance had become took center stage. I feel like that's a bit weirdly worded. There's no way Battler's joke would be welcomed with laughter. So, it was really a big help when Nanjo laughed brightly to calm everyone down. Thanks, Nanjo. How much can we trust Nanjo this time around, though?
なるほどなるほど。それはなかなか面白そうですな。そんな筋書きの小説をぜひ読んでみたいものです。
No?
まあ、現実にはそんなことはできねえと思う。何しろよ。今、この島には、18人もいるんだぜ。
Full 18.
妙なことをすればすぐにでも取り押さえられちまう。それに、台風のおかげで島から逃げ出すこともできない。
I don't know, it was hard to catch them, the first time around. In fact, it was apparently no one. But they also didn't show who Maria ran to at the very end. Hmm.
つまり、とんでもない事件を起こそうにも、どうにもならねえってことさ。
同感だね。退路の断たれた袋小路で、しかも十分怪しまれているような状況下で、そんな恐ろしい復讐劇なんか とてもできるとは思わないね。
I'm thinking back to like the freaking that like epilogue thing at the end of episode 1. Where supposedly Maria had written some sort of note, put it in a bottle. I don't think she would have done that. Like, unless Beatrice didn't end up being real and was like someone else just taking advantage of everything. Right? He believed in Beatrice too much for her to do something like that, I think, yeah? Hmm.
でしょうな。ならば姿など現さずに暗躍しての復讐の方が現実味があるというものです。堂々と姿を現して仇討ちなど時代劇の中でしか考えられませんな。
わからねえぜ。復讐ってのは感情でやるもんだ。理屈じゃねえぜ。それこそ差し違えてでもなんて考えたら、別に警察も人数も退路がなくても何も怖くはないかもしれねえぜ。
I'm starting to think about episode 1 again. Hold on. That locked room scenario with both Eva, and Hideyoshi. It was joked that Kinzo was hiding under his bed. That's how he got out of his room in that scenario. How do we know that no one was like hiding under the beds in their room? And just stayed there until the bodies were found and then everyone left? How do we know that isn't actually how that worked? They killed them both and then hid under the bed.
大丈夫だよ、ジェシカちゃん。僕たちが想像するような物騒なことは何も起きないよ。
遺産をめぐっておじさんたちがバトルロイヤルってのが物騒なことじゃねえってんならな。
そうだよな。
Battle Royale? Fortnite?
父さんもルドルフおじさんも体格いいし、エヴァおばさんなんか格闘技習ってんでしょ。
A Fortnite Umineko collab? Where you get a Beatrice skin, dude? I don't think there'll be any actual fighting, though. Like, physical. Probably. Could be Natsui since she used a good... True, actually. But you could do some funny things with Beatrice as a skin. You know, it should be Natsui, Beatrice, and, who else would be cool? Oh, Kairi would be pretty cool. But if you wanted one of the guys, then you have to have Battler, right? Jessica didn't say it out loud, but she vaguely noticed that her own father stood in opposition to all the other siblings on the inheritance issue. They usually played nice in front of the children, but when that pretense was lifted away, like it had been at dinner, the result would be a tumultuous uproar. Or Kinzo's and Kinzo would be pretty cool. And too bad that's probably never gonna happen. Not that I would care that much, I think, either way. It's not like I play Fortnite. Maybe if they had Sora. But realizing this, it was only natural for Jessica to be frightened at the thought of being in Fortnite. That her parents might end up getting caught in some kind of trouble and become human sacrifices for something terrifying. Wait, what do you mean? Why would her thought process go there? Hold on. As they're talking about just how they're fighting over the inheritance. Why would she immediately... Why would her mind go to
だよな。
Like her parents being part of a sacrifice.
ジョージの兄貴の言う通りだぜ。何も起こらねえよ。魔女様の名前を語ろうとも、魔法も使えない人間の女が一人で何ができるってんだ。
Human woman. Oh, are we gonna switch back? Oh, no. This Maria being weird again. You got the creepy music. The sudden creepy laugh made all of them jump. When they realized the strange laugh was coming from Maria, they were shocked again.
そうなんだ。それがバトラの認識なんだね。
Of course.
何かだよ。気色悪い声で笑うんじゃねえぜ。
バトラはベアトリーチェの存在をとりあえずは認めてる。19人目の客人程度には認めてる。
Oh no. He's being tricked into accepting her.
でも、そこまでだね。19人目のベアトリーチェが魔女であることは認めてないね。
突然何を言い出すかと思えば。
Of course she can't be a witch. Are you
そりゃ
stupid?
そうだろ。魔女なんているわけがねえ。
Witches couldn't possibly exist.
それを語る人間の女しかありえねえだろうが。
あれおかしいよ、バトラー。それは悪魔の証明だよ。
What is this? This is like Beatrice speaking through Maria, like during her like opening move here in their like purgatory chess match, dude.
魔女なんているわけがねえ。でもそれはバトラが魔女に会ったことがないというだけで、魔女の存在を否定することにはならないね。
そうだな。確かにそうだ。魔女がいねえを証明することはできない。しかし、証明はできなくても主張はできる。魔女はいねえという俺の主張だ。
Based.
どうして魔女はいないなんて証明できないくせに主張できるの？
Magic isn't real.
そんなものはいねえからだよ。
それで QED？ 何の証拠も根拠もなく証明終了？無知が自分の浅が草を棚上げする時の典型例。
What is QED? What is that? Quad era demonstratum? QED may appear at the conclusion of a text to signify that the author's overall argument has just been proven. End of proof. Alright, that makes sense. I'm learning. Fancy word. I'm learning. We love learning here. Need to expand my knowledge. Don't worry, I'll immediately forget what this means, like, after this stream. It's not gonna stick around. Everything that could stick in to my memory is already taken up all available space. There's no room left. Just need to study Latin. Why would I study Latin? What has Latin ever done for me? There's a typical case of the ignorant willfully ignoring the shallowness of their own knowledge. Where do you learn all these big words, Maria?
暴力的思考停止だね。
となりゃ答えは一つだぜ、マリア。魔女側の反証しかねえってことだろ。これまた悪魔の証明だ。
Devil's proof this, devil's proof that. Why is it always the devil?
連れてくりゃ話は早い。この場合は、ベアトリーチェと名乗るご婦人が、お星様がキラキラ飛び散るような華麗な魔法をステッキででも披露して、人間には不可能なことをやってみせればいい。
All she has to do is show us something.
ってことだろ。
Possible for him.
ほら、お二人とも、落ち着いてくださいな。
Will she actually do that in front of Battler? Surely that will be part of her play, right? Kumasawa noticed that the atmosphere between them was getting worse and tried to calm them. It seemed as though Battler quickly realized that he wasn't acting like an adult, but Maria's expression didn't loosen. As she laughed creepily, she kept staring at Battler.
マリアももうよせよ。機嫌直そうぜ。な。それが望みなら、ベアトリーチェはきっと見せてくれるよ。人間には不可能なこと。
Something impossible. And I'll just disprove
そ
it.
したらバトラも信じるんだよね。ベアトリーチェのこと。
おう、そいつを拝ましてくれたら、信じてやろう。
魔女とバトラの議論のチェスだね。
I feel like the characters are almost talking a lot about the freaking match they're having right now in Purgatory, dude.
チェックメイトされたら、バトラは魔女を信じる。
おお、洒落た例えだぜ。
Ooh.
魔女が魔法を見せる。
I'll just get her to almost checkmate me and then I'll spin the board and checkmate her.
俺のキングにチェックをかける。俺は人間でも何らかの手段で再現可能だとイチャモンをつけてキングを逃がす。
Wibble.
それができなきゃチェックメイトってのは確かにいい例えだ。
バトラ、
Lord.
チェスというのは相手も自分も同じ動きの駒を持ってる。だから相手の手も読める。でもね、相手の駒がバトラの駒よりさらに不思議な動きができることをバトラは今想定していない。魔女のはずないからとベアトリーチェの動かす駒の動きを自分とどうせ同じだと決めつけている。でもね、悪いけどバトラのチェスの相手は人間じゃない。魔女なの。人間にはさせない駒の動きができる。バトラは今そこの認識を間違えているの。バトラはキリエおばさんのチェス盤思考って好きでしょ？
How do you know that?
ああ、相手の立場に立っての思考術ってやつを気に入ってるぜ。
だからダメなの。相手は魔女なのにバトラはそれを認めない。だから魔女のさせる手を理解できずチェス盤思考が通じない。相手の認識を間違えている。チェス盤思考の一番最初の前提が崩れてる。
おお、そう来るかよ。
そなたは魔女とのチェスに勝てぬ。
Cannot win in chess against a witch. Because witches like to cheat. She's got me, dude. Because I'm not believing in her. I will never believe. Hope that wasn't loud. Freaking I accidentally nudged my mic a bit too far and it fell down. Luckily, it landed on like a bag I had on the side here and not on the hard floor. It could have been much louder. Oops. Didn't probably mess with the dial here a little bit. I really need to save up and get out like one of those like arms. I don't know what you would call it. Something to attach the mic to. So it's not just kind of sitting here off to my side. Also put it in a better position to hear me more clearly. Mic arm? Yeah, that's probably the correct name for it, huh? Seems a bit obvious now that I think about it. The gazebo.
その後のことはわかりません。
This freaking Resident Evil save room ass music going on.
私たち使用人は食堂に近づくなと厳命されましたもので。
But they kept the servants out as well.
なるほどね。それでシャノンはそのベアトリーチェという人物に以前会ったことはある？
Yeah, she's the reason we're together. Yes.
わかりません。
That was a slightly odd way to say it. It didn't quite sound as if she was saying her memory is hazy.
私たち使用人にとってベアトリーチェ様はお屋敷のもう一人の主です。
Hmm. She's saying I don't know.
親方様に感化されてそうだと吹聴しているというふうにおっしゃる方もおられますが、私がここへ勤め始めた時からベアトリーチェ様の話はすでにささやかれておりました。
前に聞いたよ。敬わないと呪われたりして、実際に事故に遭った使用人もいるんでしょ？
ええ、ただ信じる信じないに個人差があったのは確かです。私はそういうものには敬いを忘れないのが信条ですので、存在を疑ったことはありません。黄金の魔女というその不確かな存在がきっといるとおぼろげに信
A
じていました。
shadowy being.
それで実際にその不確かな存在の魔女が姿を現して堂々と玄関からやってきたということなのかな？
わかりません。私には何も。
シャノンは夕食を運んだ時に何か話はした？
いえ、何も。
Lying.
しかしご飯を食べる魔女というんじゃなんだかリアリティがないね。やっぱりこの島の魔女伝説を知る何者かがベアトリーチェの名を語っているだけなんだろうね。シャノンちゃんはベアトリーチェを多分お屋敷の守り神みたいに思って敬ってきた気持ちがあると思うんだよ。だからそれを名乗る人物が現れたので少し動揺しちゃったんじゃないかな。
そうですね。きっとそうなんじゃないかと思います。
Lord was slightly at a loss as to what to do about Shannon's downcast appearance. Maybe not just Genji, but even the youngest servants had been ruthlessly questioned as to whether they knew anything about this Beatrice person. Thinking that, he tried to cheer her up somehow. Surely, just like Maria and Jessica, Shannon was unable to fully hide the agitation caused by the sudden visit of this person calling herself the Golden Witch. He'd been so sure that was the case, but George probably had no way of looking into Shannon's heart. Shannon was bitter and sad. The door to the Golden Land would be opened. The witch had definitely told her that. That meant demise of everything. Even if she accepted the ring from George, they would never be married now. Is she not gonna accept it then in this timeline? No, in the first place. Did furniture like her even have the right to be married? Even if the witch hadn't come to signal their demise, wasn't their relationship fated to fail sooner or later? Had she turned her gaze to focus solely on those fun days spent with George, while purposely closing her eyes to the sad reality?
どうしたんだい？さっきから本当に元気がない。
ジョージさん、婚約って何でしょうか？
あ、結婚の約束をするという意味だよ。
Is that all?
でも、僕はその意味において、結婚と同じものだと考えてる。本当なら、僕は今すぐにでも、君をめとって家へ
More
連れ
than
帰りたい。
anything else.
でも僕は今、修行中の身で、まだまだ自らの城を築き上げる力量がない。だからこそ、一人前になって初めて、胸を張って君を連れ帰りたいんだ。それは遠い未来の話じゃない。ほんの3年ほどを待ってほしいというだけの話なんだ。
3 years.
でも僕は、だからといって3年間、自分の気持ちを偽っていたくない。だから、婚約指輪を贈ろうと決めたんだ。それは、男として情けない理由かもしれない。妻と仕事を両立できないから待ってほしいなんて理由での婚約なんて情けないものかもしれない。でも僕は決して君を。
ありがとうございます。ジョージさんにとって婚約指輪が恋人に贈るプレゼントの一つではないということが分かりました。
当然だよ。婚約指輪はただのアクセサリーじゃない。尊い約束を指輪の形で残す恋人たちの宣誓なんだ。
だとすると、すぐにも結婚するなら不要なものということになりますよね。
その時は婚約指輪じゃない。
Be a straight up wedding
結
ring.
婚指輪として渡すよ。どちらにせよ、君に指輪を贈ることに変わりはないのさ。
この女は俺のものだから誰も手を出すなよっていう売約札みたいなものですね。
Sold sign, huh?
うん。
Funny way of
いや、
putting it. George knew that he was weak by nature. When he'd been captivated by Shannon and had sworn to become an excellent man, he had also sworn to throw away that weak part of himself. So, even if he had to be blunt about it, he chose to answer a little roughly. He was sure that doing so would bolster and reassure Shannon.
いや、その通りかもしれない。さよ、君を僕の妻にする。他の誰にもやらない。僕だけのものにする。だから、誰も手を出すな。そういう指輪だよ。間違いない。
ありがとうございます。ジョージさん、本当に嬉しいです。
Then, George-san, if it was decided by the fate that this engagement ring, that this promise could never be fulfilled, would you still give it to me? Shannon tried to ask that, but she swallowed her words, because George had already spoken the answer. George had said it. He had said that to him, an engagement ring was infinitely similar to a wedding ring. Therefore, accepting George's ring had a significance far more sacred than a promise to marry.
だから、僕はあえてこれを婚約指輪と呼ぶのをやめにする。
The ring upgraded this episode.
今からこれは婚約じゃない。結婚指輪だ。
いいのでしょうか。 神様の祝福もなく、私たちが結ばれたことを、勝手に宣言してもいいのでしょうか。
Yeah, what's God gonna do? Strike him down right now?
神様も父さんも母さんも全て事後報告で十分さ。僕たちが二人は結ばれたと一方的に宣言する。それは誰にも覆せない。
Quite the plan.
僕は一時の感情で言ってるんじゃない。今だけの君を見て言ってるんじゃない。明日の君も明後日の君も、それこそ未来の老後の君すらも見据えて言っている。
いつもジョージさんが話していることですよね。
Always look into the future. Look at that.
元気な子供や孫たちに囲まれて、ゆっくりとした老後を過ごしたいって。
その時僕の隣には年老いた君がいる。それを僕は予告、いや予言するよ。
He has foreseen it.
必ずその日は訪れるから。
必ず訪れますか。信じてもいいですか。
必ず、絶対。それを言葉でない形で証明するのがこの指輪なんだよ。
見せてください。
これさ。
After all that talk and you're still struggling to show her the ring? George, thinking he was being told to show her the ring, hurriedly took out the ring box. Even though he had practiced so much, he hadn't been able to do it cool. Oh. This is a different shot than the first episode, right? But Shannon wasn't looking at that. In her straight and direct gaze were vague tears and a smile. She focused her eyes on George's eyes. No, on something she could see beyond his eyes.
私にその未来を見せてください。
And then they
見せる
kiss.
よ。必ず約束する。老後までじゃない。死んだ後も僕らは魂になってもずっとずっと一緒にいる。
Shannon wiped away her tears and took the ring box. Inside was a diamond ring worthy of blessing the two of them. George said the line that he practiced over and over again inside his head.
その指輪を好きな指にはめて、それを返事にしてほしいんだ。つまり明日の朝までに。
You know, Shannon and I guess aside from maybe at the very start of this episode, the whole thing with orders and like servants unable to do anything unless ordered to, like, hasn't really shown up a lot. I guess there was that thing about cleaning the hallways at the very beginning with Shannon, or that Sui like ordered her to do that. But I don't think there was much of that beyond I think those two instances. Oh, we get a shot of her wearing the ring. Shannon smiled, took the ring, and with a completely natural movement put it on the ring finger of her left hand. It really had looked like such a natural, ordinary movement, and for a while George was stunned.
これが私のお返事です。
Oh, they didn't update the sprite for it to like have the ring on?
ジョージさん、
シャノン。
Bad game?
いや、さよ。
魂になってもずっとずっと一緒です、ジョージさん。
How sweet. There was no blessing from God, no pastor to witness, nothing. But the two of them were married. Proclaimed it. Two souls were joined here today. Back to the mansion?
姉さんはバカだ。
What, Canon could just sense that from all the way in the mansion? Oh no, she's
そう
here.
かな。
Alright, I guess this isn't a meanwhile. More of a... what happened after.
家具のくせに。家具のくせに。
私、家具じゃないよ。も
Not anymore.
嘘だ。どうして自分を騙すんだよ。人間になんか絶対になれないって知ってるくせに。黄金鏡へ行かなきゃ人間になれないって知ってるくせに。なのに、どうして黄金鏡へ生きる約束を自分で保護に。
う、そっか。指輪を受け取ったら、ベアトリーチェ様との約束がなかったことになっちゃうんだったね。
Canon kissed her feet for nothing.
ごめんね。
あとは、僕も姉さんも、ジョージ様も親方様もみんな条件は同じだ。13人が生贄にされる。5人しか黄金鏡に招かれない。その一石を自分で蹴るなんて。
おかしいね。未練があるのはカノン君の方みたいだね。
未練があるのは姉さんの方じゃないか。婚約しちゃったんだろう。果たせない運命なのを知りながら。
ずっとずっと永遠に一緒だよって約束した。だからね、その瞬間に私たちの永遠は完成したの。たとえ私たちが生贄になってしまうとしても、もう完成してるの。だからいいの。未練があるのはむしろカノン君の方。
Could've went and married Jessica, idiot.
私たちは家具なんでしょ。私たちはどういう結果になろうとも解放される。なら黄金鏡に行けるか行けないかなんてどうでもいいことじゃない。なのにカノン君は黄金鏡へ行くことに固執してる。どうしても人間になりたいんでしょ。どうして？
人間になりたいからだよ。家具はもう嫌だ。
どうして？
僕も恋がしたかったんだ。
You had your chance, though. Tears were coming from Canon's eyes, and
お
he
嬢様のこと
howled.
か。そしてあの日のお嬢様の姿を見て、そしてお嬢様も僕のことが好きだと分かって。でも僕は家具でお嬢様の気持ちを受け止めることはできなくて。
それが勘違いだった。私たちは家具かもしれない。人間以下かもしれない。でも恋をする資格がないわけじゃなかった。
添い遂げられぬ思いならない方がマシだって思った。いつか自分も消え去る日が来て、それがきっとお嬢様を傷つけるなんて勝手に決めつけて。違うんだ。僕が怯えていただけなんだ。
Afraid, thinking that any love that couldn't be eternal was best avoided.
セミは生涯のうち数週間にも満たないわずかな期間で恋をして消えていくんだって。数週間で終わる恋だからと恋をしないセミはいないんじゃないかな。
Seeing that Canon was still muttering his regrets, but by now it was all jumbled up with his
あ
sobs.
の魔女が憎い。僕に どうしてこんな気持ちを植え付けて、あいつさえ妙ないたずらをしなければ。
ベアトリーチェ様はひどいね。カノン君に
Agrees.
そうやって悔し泣きをさせるために運命をいたずらした。でも魔女の思惑は多分だって。
Knowing love isn't a regret that ties you to life. It is the destination that we're supposed to reach in our journey through life. Like I read that a bit weird. And I never heard the phrase, better to have loved and lost than never loved at all.
というわけだ、カノン。
Oh, what are you doing here in the rain? You getting wet?
せっかくの
Where's
約
your
束は
umbrella?
これで水泡だな。さてさて、これにて全ての駒の条件は同じよ。
The conditions for all the pieces are the same.
駒は18。生き残る5人は誰か。
Who will the 5 survivors be?
それとも誰かがこの儀式を打ち壊してみせるか。誰がどうやって。
Basically saying she can't be one of the sacrifices. Well, of course she can't. She doesn't exist.
これはチェスプロブレムではない対等なゲームだ。わらわだけが一方的に詰めるわけではない。そなたはわらわの詰めから懸命に逃れ続け、引き分け無効試合に持ち込むことができる。まあせいぜいそなたにできるのはそれを延々と繰り返すのが関の山よ。そしておそらくそれはそなたにとってそう難しいことではあるまい。しかしそなたは永遠に続く無効試合にやがて精神をすり減らし、やがては精神を殺す。
Atler would
そ
never
の
give
時に
up.
こそ
Never
敗
ever.
北を受け入れ、わらわに屈服することになるであろう。対等なゲームと言った理由、それはわらわにも敗北の条件を設けてあることだ。
Ooh, the rules for her loss.
負けのないゲームほど退屈なものはないのでな。わらわを任す方法、それはわらわの肖像画に捧げられたあの碑文よ。
How to defeat her.
あれこそは黄金鏡の扉の開き方にして同時に儀式を打ち破る鍵でもある。わらわは碑文に従い儀式を完遂する。そなたは碑文の謎を解き儀式を打ち破りわらわを滅ぼす。
The riddle and destroy the ceremony, huh?
碑文に隠された謎を解き、わらわが金像に値し莫大なる黄金のありかを暴いてみせよ。こたびのゲームはどういう結末を見せるのやら。
Change the portrait again. And
健
her
闘
clothes.
を期待するぞ。わらわを楽しませてみせろよ。後ろ宮バトラー。
She likes screaming his name. He enjoys it. Oh, view room. Church? Do you have a place like this on the island? What are you doing here? The riddle hidden in the epitaph. Do I still have any thoughts about what it means by like these twilights? Twilights? Fish River. Yeah. I don't think we're any closer to thinking about how this might be. What this riddle is. Alright, what are you doing in this church?
異論はない。
Oh?
私と夏日は認める。
信じられないし、信じたくないけれど、それが現実なのね。
夏日、言葉を少し選びなさい。彼女は当家の最高の賓客なんだ。
Started meeting with Beatrice?
わしらも認める。グーの根も出えへん。
へえ、認めるわ。一片の文句もない。まさか本当に素直にあなたに尊敬の念を覚えるわ。私もよ。すごいわ。純粋に尊敬する。
What's going on here?
だから認めざるを得ないわ。
俺も認めるぜ。未だに信じられない。
Everyone's ignoring.
だがどうしようね。悪魔を証明しちまった。
You've proven devils.
あんたの勝ちだ。
Ah, there she is.
悪魔の証明はそなたが好む証明不能への便利な言い訳だったが、あだに
いじめるなよ魔女様。俺はもうあんたを認めてるぜ。
You've proven devils is such a good line. Devil's proof. Been proven.
降参だ。
Ari doesn't believe, right?
キリエ、
PDA?
まだ異論がある。
I'm still gonna call her Kyrie.
わらわは全員一致しか好まぬ。お前一人がわらわの存在を認めぬならば。
As the witch laughed boldly, the siblings started getting frantic. They were all afraid of displeasing the witch. How many of them are currently here? Six? Seven. 6 of them believe. Right now. At least for sure. Very lightly closed her eyes and after keeping silent for a while opened her mouth.
ごめんなさい。降参よ。
Oh, no, dude. Only Carrie had faced the witch with stern eyes until the end. However, this had only resulted in her refusing to accept the truth for a short time. The truth, the being that was before her eyes, couldn't be denied. Devils have already been proven.
私も認めるわ。あなたはベアトリーチェ、後ろ宮家の顧問錬金術師。
Frickin' Beatrice just making everyone accept her this time around. Are you gonna get out of this, Battler?
偉大なる魔法の使い手。
And a user. What does she do that make them believe the magic
魔女
part?
であることを認めざるを得ない。
Beatrice did the finger disappearing trick. Ah, the classic. What did she do? Sell them the gold? Just the gold in that church? Where are we going now? Oh, just looking at the portrait. Midnight strikes. It has begun. Glass break? Oh, right back here. Oh, it's doing this sort of thing where it's just showing everyone again. Everything has been set up. It is Battler's time now. Enzo. A VIP room. Beatrice. What is up with the second portrait? Beatrice seems to like it a lot. No glass break. Oh. So we're doing the same 6-hour jump again, it seems. 6 a.m. Who died? The second day. October 5th, 1980. Alright, that's... We're not gonna stop playing yet. But it's a decent enough, whatchamacallit? Decent enough, point for doing a quick break, I think. About quite a bit earlier than I usually do my breaks. But I am also out of coffee here, and I wanna... Coffee break spot. Indeed. I wanna go refill my mug here. I guess go to the bathroom real quick. Yada yada. So let me go do that. Why did I... have this going softly in the background there? Alright, quick BRB. See you in a bit. Oh man. Howdy, howdy, I'm back. And my hair has gotten long enough that it sometimes annoyingly gets like in front of my face. But it's still too short to like comb and tie it all back like I would usually do. Sucks, dude. Grow faster, man. Oh well. Ate a quick little snack. Got my coffee here again. Checked up on the dogs, making sure they weren't doing anything they weren't supposed to. Napping in the backyard. Maybe I should have put a little bit sugar in that. Oh well. I'm gonna probably know the answer to this. We haven't eaten a pineapple, huh? Last Gem, like, you're a weirdo who never ate a banana before, apparently. I would doubt you would have eaten a pineapple before, surely. Because that's what I ate. I ate a little bit of that during the break. Actually, eaten even. It's okay, dude. No, that doesn't count. Ashram doesn't know my pain. Then I ate like a bowl of pineapple last night as a snack. A little bowl. I forgot how acidic pineapple can be and melting the inside of my mouth by the end of that. It was good though. Why do you call it a pineapple if it's not an apple? I don't know, man. I'm not the one who named it. Apparently it has a completely different like name everywhere else. It's just here that we also call it an apple, I guess. Language is dumb. But yeah. So all the pieces are in place, she said, but then she goes on and also has like, is it like all of the adults? Well, all of the main family members just acknowledging her this time around. She apparently showed them all something that was worth, or something that was enough to make him also believe in the magic too, it seems. They were afraid of making her mad. But if murders do start happening, and they probably will, what's gonna start happening? Because now I feel like for sure that they're gonna start suspecting her, and not even suspecting, probably just outright saying it's her. How do you get through the entire next day here with that going on? Call it ananas? That's just banana without the bee. That's a weird thing. I like pineapple better. Sounds better to me. Because banana is banan. Banan. How would you know? You never eaten one. Probably never even actually seen one. Alright, let me drink a little bit more of this coffee and then we'll continue. So who's Who's going first? I don't think it can be George and Shannon. Like, I don't think Shannon will be part of it this time around. Because Beatrice said herself that she was going to use them for the second Twilight. What doesn't mix it? What? Why the word Twilight? So there was. It's Natsui doesn't have the charm anymore. In fact, none of them do. They never asked Maria to, or some sort of charm thing in the first place this time around. I guess she also didn't have that moment with Jessica. So I feel like it has to be like Natsui has to be part of it. I think because apparently Beatrice was trying to use her in episode 1 as part of the first Twilight. Yeah, you still think Cross is gonna be part of that? Maybe. Hmm. Oh, Eva and Hideyoshi. Or even the servants. Would it be part of it? Like, swap Natsui in Shannon's place. Would Goda be swapped for anything there? Or would he still be there? Would it be the same except Shannon and Natsui are swapped? This is hard to think about what. Maybe it's gonna be the same after all? No, no, it can't be. I think it can be. You need to shove it in my mouth to know what it is? What are you, 2 years old? No. Have you actually ever seen a banana held one in your own 2 hands? The devil's proof. Does a banana exist or not? Yeah, dude. You've held a banana, but you've never eaten one? Why were you holding it? Some rare artifact. Yeah, it's a freaking fruit that you somehow have never eaten before, despite being in the presence of them. What the fuck? How have you never desired to eat a banana? Why is it bugs the hell out of me how there's so many extremely common like foods that you just never eaten before. It's fucking me up. I just like food, dude. Wrong with that. Alright, let's continue. We can't be arguing about this for like the next 30 minutes. Okay. So it's the next day, 6 a.m. Sorry, I'm not. Surprisingly, I'm still not anywhere close to being fat. I'm like still around like what? Under 120? That fat? What is overweight? Oh no, you're making me sidetrack. Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely underweight. it's I've been like that. forever too. It's probably gonna stay like that forever with how many times I keep skipping breakfast. Sometimes I don't even eat like much of a lunch either. Probably why I'm so tired all the damn time. All right, now we can for real stop getting sidetracked. What are you doing to me? What is that sound that always fills my ears? Is it the sound of the rain? The sound of a waterfall? Could it be a radio static? If not, I want it to be the sound of blood flowing through my body. I want it to be the sound of the blood circulating throughout me, telling me that I'm still alive.
ん
Is Kenzo's
朝
thoughts?
なのか
The light entering through a crack in the curtain was faint, but I at least told him that dawn had broken. Kenzo, still in the position he'd been when he woke up, still sitting in a chair and looking up at the ceiling, felt the blood slowly travel throughout his body. Judging by the clock, it was early morning, 6 a.m. on the dot, or 6 on the dot. No matter how tired he was, no matter how deeply he slept, he always woke up at exactly this time, as though he had measured it without an hourglass. That'd usually be like 90% of the time. 90, or I guess doesn't seem like that way the past month or so. But I'm usually able to wake up at pretty much exactly like 7:30, right when morning light is like the strongest and going through my window. I sleep right next to a window, so like the light is always directly in my face. Probably the only reason I do wake up at the same time. He didn't think of this as something to be boast about. Oh, okay. Stay at me. Will the game do that? Or did Ryukishi know? But he told himself that as long as he could still manage this, his health couldn't be that bad.
朝を迎えたということはどうやら最初の生贄は逃れたということらしい。ルーレットの目が幸運だったのか、我が努力の賜物なのか、区別のつかぬところが何とももどかしいが、それは言うまい。
Trivialities. Kinzo was struck by a faint desire to see beyond a study door. After all, he might find traces of someone's vain struggle to break through the door. He signed that someone had tried to select him as one of the first six someone who signed us. Oh yeah, it's something similar to Natsui's room in the first episode then. He's thinking of. But it's describing it as someone and not like as Beatrice selecting the sacrifices.
人間とは安っぽい生き物だな。
Vicious?
人事を尽くして天命を待ちながら幸運を得られた時にはそれが単なる幸運ではなく己の技量によるものだったとうぬぼれたくもなる。
Hold on, I kind of glanced over that because I was still thinking about first episode. Humans are cheap creatures, even though everything is ultimately decided by God. When humans are given good fortune, they arrogantly feel it was due to their own ability. That was why he wanted to check whether there was a wretched mark on the door. The very desire was human. That was why Kenzo did not check. He often rejected desires that came to him because he was human. By doing that, he could be immersed in a feeling of deficiency, as though although he himself had become a being that surpassed humans. He's the witch! He recognized human desires for what they were, guarded against them. Things that a human would not, or things that a human would want to do, he resisted. This eccentricity and rebellious nature had surely given him a rare genius. making it possible for him to succeed in his exploits as he revived the Ushiromiya family in a single generation.
さて、ベアトリーチェ。
I kind of hope that every episode the portrait just updates and changes. New outfit every episode.
お前が取った6つの駒は何なのか。そして次なる手はどう来るのか。楽しませてもらうぞ。私の守りは完璧だ。前回のような無様はさらさぬぞ。
What do you mean by that? What do you mean you won't shame yourself like last time? That almost makes it seem like he knows what happened in episode 1. What do you mean you will not shame yourself like last time? Last time? Unless he's referencing the first time he summoned her, like that 30 odd years ago or whatever it was. But he's stating his defense is also perfect. Which I think only makes sense in the context of what happened in episode 1. Right? No? The servants woke early. Are the phone lines down again? They had to open the curtains, prepare breakfast, and complete various other tasks to welcome guests on the new day. I better not see goat. Ah, it's over. Episode 2 sucks. I said servants, so I assume all of the servants survived this time, so was it purely family members? Alright, hold on, let's think about it again. So we know Kinzo's fine. I think Nanjo is gonna be fine, because he was with the kids. I'm gonna assume the servants are fine. So it would have to be... Wow. I clicked on them fast enough that I didn't have time to unselect, unhighlight. There we go. So, I don't know why that amuses me. But right, it would have to be within, like, all of the parents here. But not all of... Well, at least one of them will survive, but which one? If one of them does, I want it to be Harry. I don't think Natsui's making it out of here. It could be interesting if it's Rosa, right? She needs a seesaw dream fulfilled. He's been waiting all these years. I don't know, maybe there will be like a servant or two mixed in there. Or maybe Nanjo? I guess it's not guaranteed that he was completely... Like, he was at the guest house, though, wasn't he? He could have just, like, went back to the main mansion, yeah? If it does end up being only from the adults, the parents, that makes things That would make things quite a bit more difficult, because then it would only be like one of the parents out of the set of 7 here. I guess in Nanjo, and the servants to be with the kids. It'd say the difficulty level was extreme. Alright, I don't want to stay on Gota's mug any longer than I have to. Gota was the most enthusiastic. During the family conference, he had been told to concentrate his efforts especially on cooking, and he'd been specially exempted from several tasks that servants normally must do. Gota, who was a show-off, yeah, of course, seemed to be feeling particularly superior because of that. Yeah, okay, dude. I'm already hating him more and more. He let Genji and the rest prepare the rest of the mansion and worked on making breakfast in the kitchen. Alright, so Genji is still alive, as well as Kanon and Shannon. Where's Kumasawa? And she split the work with Kanon and Shannon and carried out various tasks. Shannon headed to the dining hall and knocked. Last year, the family conference had continued into the early hours of the morning. It wouldn't have been odd if this year's conference had done the same. Considering the possibility that they were still having discussion inside, she knocked. But there was no response, so she opened the door and said good morning, and it was full of blood.
おはようございます。いらっしゃいませんか?
The room was cold, and the conference seemed to have ended a long time before. There was a seat on the table from which they'd probably been drinking, arranged in a way that would make it easy to clean up. Or, a seat. A tea set. How did my... That's a new one. My freaking brain rearranged 2 words together. Firing up the tea was a servant's job. If the family members were extra generous and cleaned it up themselves, the servants would lose face. It was truly a pleasant act of kindness for the family to do only this much. As she approached the table to clean it, she noticed something like a memo had been left near the utensils and cups. Oh? Since it was right next to the tea set, Shannon picked it up, naturally thinking it was a memo for the servant doing the cleaning. Written there was not a request, nor was it thanks for preparing the tea. There was just a single word. Shannon looked at it blankly and read it aloud.
礼拝堂。
Chapel. Chapel. So is that where the bodies are going to be this time around? Where was this chapel in episode 1? There was no mention of it. Ever, I think. In fact, I think I remember it being clearly stated that it was only the mansion and the guest house. Like, as like the 2 buildings here. Nobody asked about it. No, right, no, it's because in episode 1, when they were thinking about where the witch could possibly be hiding, like, they were saying that they had people in the guest house and the mansion, and that the only other place would just be outside in the woods. They never mentioned or even thought about Beatrice possibly being able to hide in the chapel, right? Freaking Beatrice is making up places now. It's kind of just part of... Why would you have an entire freaking chapel as part of a mansion? That's the kind of shit you would only really ever see in, like, Resident Evil games, dude. Actually, it'd be kind of sick to explore Yoshirimiya Mansion. Are there, like, any... What's the word I'm looking? Like, has Ryukishi ever like shown any artwork about like the entire layout of like the mansion? Like not like visuals of every single room, but like a blueprint, I guess, of how the rooms are arranged, how big the mansion is, yada yada. I think looking at something like that could be cool. I don't have a. You don't have a shrine for, or I don't. Beatrice, I do not know. Why would I have that? She doesn't exist. Why would I praise her? People have a shrine in her closet. Kenzo has an entire chapel. Based on a real building, though. A real building. That's pretty cool. Hmm. Small sound kept repeating over and over. Normally, that sound would have been too trivial to be worth caring about. If only I could stop hearing it soon, I could go back to sleep right away, she thought vaguely. She. But, no matter how much time had passed, the sound did not end. It repeated over and over. Ah, shut up. Who is it? Banging on the door this whole time. As soon as she realized that, she woke up. Jessica, point of view? Someone was knocking. Then she noticed that it wasn't just a knock, but a voice as well.
ローザ様。ローザ様。
Oh.
おはようございます。
待って。
Rosa's alive.
今行きます。
Oh no. Inzo for sure. Genji, Shannon, Kanon, Goda. No confirmation on Kumasawa. I'm gonna assume the kids are all fine. I'm gonna assume... Maybe I shouldn't assume. If I'm not assuming Kumasawa's fine... Actually, Kumasawa... I don't know, because if they were in the guest house with the kids, then Nanjo and Kumasawa should be fine. And if Rosa's fine, then it's these 6 that died for sure. Alright, let's see. Let's go. It'd been Genji's voice. Looking at the clock, it wasn't even 7 yet. It was clearly too early to wake the guests. Did something happen that was bad enough to cause this? No. Of course not. No, no. Why would you think that? Let me readjust this slightly. There we go. She felt her sleepiness increasingly fade thanks to this premonition of misfortune. Though Genji was a servant, Rosa had known him since her childhood days, so even though she was slightly defenseless in her pajamas, she opened the door a crack and answered.
おはようございます。
No, Genji in like the empty void of space? What are you doing here, dude?
早朝から申し訳ございません。
何かあったの？
はい。実は、礼拝堂に。
Guess that's where bodies are this time. Or are there in this time around? Not in the garden shed. Is that gonna come into play later? Are our faces gonna be smashed in the same way that they were... Episode 1? He's speaking from the void because he's already dead. Tragic. As we whispered something to Rosa's ear, for a second it seemed Rosa couldn't understand what she'd been told. After having it repeated several times, she realized that apparently something strange had happened. Apparently. Rosa closed the door for a second. Changed her clothes quickly and followed Genji toward the mansion. Huh. Yeah, of course it does. The chapel requires some explanation. Yeah, why was it not here in episode 1? It wasn't in the mansion, but in a gravel behind it, a short walk's distance away. It had been built at the same time as the mansion. So convenient that this is here. So its walls had been repaired many times, making it look new from the outside. It was a very old building. Rosa dashed through the rain along with Genji. Just like the previous night, the rain was falling in earnest. Wow, the front of it looks fancy. Which really does look fancy, yo. You don't need a freaking chapel this huge, dude. Eventually, the chapel came into sight from beyond a thin grove. Just looking at it from the outside, it seemed a place of dazzling beauty where a pair of young lovers might want to get married. Yo, how convenient. Why didn't George and Shannon just get married here? Rich people shaking my head. True, I wish I could be rich. I would build a bunch of useless buildings that I never use. However, Kinzo apparently viewed it as a very sacred place. But Rosa and her siblings have been given strict instructions to not approach it unnecessarily. Even though they were all grown up now, approaching the chapel for any reason would still make them feel guilty. And also afraid, as if their father might get angry and hit them in the face. The servant silhouettes could be seen in front of the chapel's entrance. Buddha, Shannon, and Kanon, which meant all the servants on the morning shift had gathered. A short while ago, Genji had spoken to Rosa, telling her what the situation was. However, without laying eyes on it directly, she definitely hadn't been able to understand. It was probably the same for all the servants gathered here as well. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to understand what's going on. Without seeing it, their own eyes. They mean the magic circle here? On the door at the entrance to the chapel was something very large, drawn with a creepy, stringy paint that made one think of blood. It never outright says it's blood, huh? I wonder if there's a reason for that, or if just Ryukishi just really like describing blood in this silly way. Because I think not once in episode 1 either, with all the magic circles, they never... Like, they described it as being like blood, but never... It was never stated that it actually was or anything. Just some kind of paint. Don't say it's blood, we can keep the age ratings down. It's gotta keep Umineko kid-friendly. True. But they also did mention blood a lot. Actually... Battler kept calling it, like, makeup. That was mostly because it was... all the damage was done to their faces. Was the word blood ever actually used? It must be. Well, obviously the word blood is here. Oh, and then there was the whole, like, ocean of blood description for what happened in the parlor at the end of episode 1. Okay, never mind. Maybe I'm thinking too much about useless things. Nobody really tests if it's blood or not. True, why not? And the door at the entrance of the chapel was something very large, drawn with a creepy string like paint that made one think of blood. Something like a creepy magic circle.
何よこれいつ書かれたの
Servants looked at each other. Odo was the first to open his mouth. He would.
申し訳ございません。普段はここへは立ち入りませんもので、いつ書かれたのかはわかりません。
じゃあ最初に見つけたのは誰はい私食堂へお茶の道具の片付けに行きましたら礼拝堂と書かれたメモがあったもので
Hmm. So this memo here. That's how they find a magic circle. How did they find it? I guess in episode 1, Canon just came across it while searching for the missing people. Yeah, there was no, like, a message or any sort of, thing that directed, like, everyone or someone to, like, look at the garden storehouse. This time around, just a direct message. From who? Moomst? Shannon held out the memo with a shaking hand.
誰の字？兄さんや姉さんの字ではないわね。それであなたはここへ来てこれを見つけたのね。
はい。
ローサ様、これを。
何？ハッピーハロウィン。
Happy Halloween? Shannon pointed at a single line of English written below the creepy magic circle. Until it had been pointed out to her, she thought it was just another part of the magic circle. There, the following words were written in English. Happy Halloween for Maria. Why is Halloween and Maria all capitalized? Halloween? Maria. Happy. Happy Halloween for Maria. This creepy magic circle was for Maria. Happy Halloween. Yesterday, the only one person had said Happy Halloween to Maria. The key phrase matched. It must have been Beatrice. Actually, it was Maria. She did everything, actually. She's behind it all in episode 1 as well. The way she got into the locked room was, it was just thin enough to squeeze through the gap of the locked chain door. Simple. I don't know how she would have, like, impaled both of them in the forehead with those drill dagger things. That's a mystery for another time. Battler and Maria's discussed Halloween as well. They did! It was actually Battler doing everything. He's the one that did it all. Let's go to Witch Beatrice. But also everyone else who, like, heard... Actually, no. I guess the only one who ever actually said Happy Halloween to Maria was Battler and Beatrice, huh? He was the only one that cared.
あの子、いとこたちと一緒に寝てるはずよね。確認した。
申し訳ございません。マリア様のお名前が書かれていたことには今気づきましたもので、まだ確認しておりません。
It's really gonna be something if Maria's somehow in here. Not having her, like, at all for, like, the rest of the episode would be something.
至急。
何やってんのよ。私はマリアの様子を見てきます。それからクラウス兄さんたちにも知らせて。
That's about that.
以後の対応の指示を受けて。
After saying that much, Rosa finally noticed something was odd. Her own rank in this family conference was the lowest of the 4 siblings. Why had she been the only one called during an abnormal situation like this, when the other siblings hadn't been? Even if Maria's name had popped up.
はい。旦那様にご連絡申し上げようとしたのですが、お姿が見当たらず。
奥様もお部屋におられません。
Oh.
シーツの様子からすると ゆうべはベッドに戻られていないのかもしれません。
It is. Rosa felt something creepy crawling slowly up her back.
礼拝堂の中。
いえ、まだです。確認しようとしたのですが。
実は礼拝堂の鍵は特別で
Okay, I was wondering if a key was gonna be mentioned for how to get inside this chapel. It's apparently not a normal key the servants have access to this time.
一本だけある鍵でしか開けられないのですが、その鍵がキーボックスから紛失しているのです。
She love this locked rooms. Beatrice only knows one trick. It's always locked rooms. Key is missing from the key box. Missing. So it's not like the key was taken, used, and then taken back. Whoever did it this time around just kept the key. Kept the key or threw it away. Either that or it's gonna be inside the chapel and they like break down the door and then like, oh, how did they lock the door if the key's in here? Actually, that wouldn't be too hard, would it? Depends on the type of lock, I suppose, right? She didn't want to get closer to the door with the creepy magic circle if she could. Rosa readied herself, then approached, and tried pushing and pulling the knob. All she felt was the resistance of the sturdy lock. Being able to lock doors from the inside is pretty normal. Yeah. Unless it was a lock that didn't have like a... That's, what would you call it? Not a lever or a dial, but you know what I mean. If it didn't have one of those. If like the key was the only way to like lock or unlock the door. I've seen a lock like that before. Oh, that's interesting. Do it.
そんな許可私に出せるわけがないわ。お父様の大切な礼拝堂なのよ。
Oh? At that time, the events of the previous day swirled around in the back of Rosa's mind. That's right. When I met that witch in the rose garden, didn't she hand Maria an envelope? Yeah, there's no mistake. She did hand it over. Maria, come to the chapel! I got a surprise for you! When the witch tried to open it, the witch told her not to do it yet. And then she surely said, the time to open that will come soon. Maybe she meant after finding the bodies. She opens that and we get like a brand new, never before seen message that wasn't in episode 1. Rosa was sure. There could be no mistake. The envelope Maria had received was... It was from Beatrice, yes. We already established that. We saw it. Whoa! New light fixture. These two are definitely gone. Eva and Rudolph must also be gone, right? Alright, After dashing back to the guest house, Rosa approached her cousin's room while hiding her footsteps. Softly opened the door and peered inside. From the inside, she could hear the healthy snores typical of young people. There were 4 children, and Maria was there, sleeping soundly. After breathing a sigh of relief, she entered the room with quiet footsteps. She's gonna grab the letter. Yep. She was after Maria's handbag, which was resting on the sofa. The second she touches it, Maria's gonna like snap open and yell at her or something. Surely. Maria had always liked carrying her treasures around with her. She was probably emulating how her mother always carried her makeup with her. Of course, she was just imitating her mother, so everything on the inside was junk. In Maria's case, it was full of small, creepy occult items, notebooks describing things of that nature, and so on. Rosa had never been happy to see her daughter walking around with things like that, which weren't girlish at all. However, trying to force Maria to stop had resulted in a big fight, so she decided to let it be. There it is. A Western envelope with the crest of a gold eagle. They call it a Western envelope. Dude, does Japan not have envelopes that are designed like this? Are Japanese envelopes different looking? Like not like rectangular with like a flap that folds down? They still use birds? Holy. That's kind of cool. That's... You know what, I want to... Japanese envelope. Of course I didn't. Oh. So I guess they're still like rectangular, but it's more more tall than it is wide, it seems. Like they rotated it. Huh. Like the long ones you see in anime a lot. Yeah, it's started all coming to me after I like actually started looking at it. Sealed more with string, it seems, rather than like a glue, or I guess in this case like a wax. Interesting. What's the envelope? The crest of the gold eagle. When she took it out of the bag, she realized there was a heavy, vaguely cylindrical object inside. The key! You could tell by its feel and weight. There was no doubt this was a key. But if Maria had it the entire time, how'd they get inside the chapel? After turning around and checking that Maria was still sound asleep, Rosa tore open the envelope and the contents spilled out into her palm. There was the key with an old and intricate design. Yo, new graphic? Magic? Duh, I would not believe in magic. I refuse. Rosa gripped that key and dashed out. Valor seemed to have noticed that sound, but after grumbling and turning over in his sleep, he started snoring again. Not his turn yet. Almost.
源氏さん、この鍵、ひょっとして礼拝堂の鍵ということは。
これをどこで？はい。これが礼拝堂の鍵です。
Rosa approached the creepy magic circle once again and put the key in the keyhole. There was a strong resistance. After resisted for a short while, it stopped resisting with a clunk. Then, squeaking with a noise that hurt one's ears. You know what, you don't oil the door hinges, dude? It slowly began to open. Oh.
誰かいるの？
Her voice reverberated throughout the massive room. Of course, there was no answer. Cause no one's actually here, LMAO. Yo, fancy chandelier. So fancy we don't get like the zoomed in version. Want to see if maybe the stained glass and any kind of cool design on it that might mean something. Doesn't really seem so. The usual cross. I think that's like the sun and moon in the corners. Like the upper right, like the moon, and the lower right, the sun. The chapel had a high ceiling and the air was cold. And even on this rainy, unsettling day, it felt sacred for some reason. The servants timidly followed after Rosa.
Rosa-sama,
Kinda noticed it immediately and pointed. Over there was the altar. In the place that would normally have a pastor preaching of God's love, there was a table that shouldn't have been there. At first, it looked like a dining table. Look at all the candies. The pumpkin marshmallow lollipop thing. And pink chocolate? Pink chocolate? Also like a little Christmas tree shape. Right there next to the pumpkin. What? You got the wrong shape for Halloween. First it looked like a dining table. There actually were gorgeous plates and utensils placed there, making it look like a child's birthday party or something. Whoa, even more candies? Some lollipops, some pumpkins, some zelly with the freaking Triforce Zelda reference. On closer inspection, the surrounding area had been decorated with pumpkins and black and orange ribbons. They were probably Halloween decorations. And there were people seated at the table. 3 people on each side facing each other, seated in chairs. They could be recognized at a glance. Ross and his wife, Eva and her husband, Rudolph and his wife. Alright, so yeah, that confirms that. They could be so their faces aren't smashed like the first time around? But if you wanted to be sure, you had to go even closer and check. Because they seemed almost like dolls. And the suits are also pretty recognizable. I suppose, what, they all have their face down or something? Or what's left of it? Rosa and the rest had opened the door and entered all at once with the sound of many footsteps, and called out, asking if anyone was there. And yet, there had been no reaction. Even if Rosa and the rest assumed they were being ignored, you'd still expect there to be some kind of reaction. There hadn't been that. So at first it felt like someone had set down some dolls that greatly resembled those people. By now it wasn't just Rosa. Ganon and Canon, and even Goda. They were all fighting frantically with creepy emotion that grasped their hearts.
兄さん、Aさん。
She walked towards the altar. She called out again, but there was still no reaction. Yes. By now, Rosa was sure of it. She was sure they weren't dolls. But the people themselves, that seemed kind of obvious though.
これは
Fancy chandelier? When they grew close enough to clearly see what lay on the table, it still looked like an adorable banquet, reminiscent of a child's birthday party. Plates piled up with sweets, cute pitchers with drinks. The word pitcher is weird to me. I remember back in like elementary or something, just having an argument with a girl because I misheard the word like picture, like picture as picture. Very embarrassing. All kinds of pumpkin-shaped ornaments. All decorated. Is it gonna reveal that their like faces are carved up as like Halloween pumpkins? That would be brutal, but also fucking raw, dude. Metal. That'd actually be kind of sick. And while this probably wasn't the time to be thinking it, Maria would surely have been delighted to see all this. That was the state of the table that sat in front of. They sat in front of, apparently asleep. Apparently? I guess they do all have their, like, faces down or something. It was an eerie scene, as though a small, fun-looking Halloween party had been stopped in time.
兄さんたち寝てるの？
When she approached even closer to them, she realized that there were snacks scattered all over the floor. Candies, cookies, soda, and chocolates. All with heavily fantasy-themed packaging. Where'd they get all this candy? They're all scattered across a carpet covered with blackberry and cranberry jam. But it wasn't jam. It was blood. Whoa. Guess that's Canon in the back. Genji to the left. Shannon. Yoda. Man, this track. Is this a new one, or was it also played in episode 1? And Goda is afraid. Rose and the rest finally realized what the situation was. It was a Halloween party. Whoa! A banquet for those not of this world. Cross, Natsui, Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Kerry were all seated in chairs, apparently asleep, but all dead. Are the drops of red on the candies in this image new? Were those there before with the first inspection? Or am I only just now noticing it? After the mention of or after the image of blood there earlier. How could you tell they were dead and not simply sleeping? That was because they'd been vertically sliced open from their chest to their stomachs. Holy! Vertically sliced open, wow. I'm not sure if that's as brutal as, like, face being caved in, but it's still a pretty gruesome image, holy. The 6 of them had sat down at a Halloween party before having their stomachs split open, filling them. And the jam covering the floor must have been what overflowed from their stomachs once they stuffed themselves completely, right? No. The contents of their stomachs have been scattered all over the floor. And that wasn't all. Out of their stomachs, it was almost as though they poured out. As though snacks have overflowed from there. What is this sound? Candies and cookies, sodas and chocolates. Oops. Had poured out, stained with blood and scattered all across the floor. What could have happened to cause this? It was almost as though their stomachs were stuffed full to bursting with sweets. And then they actually did explode. And it all poured out when their stomachs split open. Happy Halloween! What the hell? Was remembered a certain shocking meal. A turkey that had been served at their own birthday. When it had been cut open with a knife, out flowed one of her favorite foods, stuffing. But since she hadn't been told what was inside, a deep red ketchup omelet rice poured out like bloody maggots. Pulsing. Dripping. Slimy. Pulpy. Squelching. Very nice descriptors. Ooh, good voice there. The trauma of her youth was revived. Rosa felt a monster raging inside her stomach as the acid started to rise. Unable to hold back, she threw it all up on the floor. Her empty stomach had nothing but stomach acid. The scene in front of her was no fun Halloween party now. The three couples were enshrined right there, their stomachs vertically wrenched open. Wrenched open with a... So what? With a word. So many snacks had been stuffed in there. Pulpy, squishy. Blood and guts and sweets were overflowing on the floor. Bloodstained, sticky, sloppy, pulpy. Sweet snacks that made your fingers stick together. Gummy. But stained with entrails. Sloppy. Pulpy. What was that I stepped on just now? That didn't feel like a candy or a cookie or a soda or a chocolate. I'm scared. What did I step on? I can't even look at it. The bottom of my foot. These are some very different from how everything was described the first time around. What a gruesome Halloween party. From far away, it had looked truly beautiful, fantastical, and fun. But from up close, it was horrible, disgusting, yet somehow beautiful. Rosa's wild thoughts tried as best they could to escape her throat with a loud voice that was neither scream nor roar. Poopy sticky, don't me pulpy.
なのってひどい
救急車警察
嘘よ警察警察警察警察警察警察
What are they gonna do throughout this entire episode without like Natsui's like cool guidance, like cool-headed guidance for everything? Woo. Oh, these are different too. It's not on their face this time. It's all. It's all on their stomachs. Corpse is found in the chapel. The direct cause of his death is unknown, but it seems his stomach was cut open as his intestines pulled out after his death. On top of that, sweets and candies were packed into his stomach. Welcome, Maria. Happy Halloween. Alright, so same description. Didn't I tell you? Stomachs are packed full of candy. Everyone has a stomach filled with sweet dreams. Why would there be anything filthy inside someone's stomach? This is why we want to be sweet and innocent as candy. And so, I give you the land of dreams. Happy Halloween. Halloween. Just a little organ loss. Nanjo can still save them? Maybe. Freaking Rosa freaking the fuck out, dude. And I would be too. If a word so tied to reality hadn't come out of Goda's mouth, Rosa and the rest would probably have found themselves unable to escape that nightmarish party even now. But it wasn't because they thought the police might be able to do something. They didn't keep yelling about the police. It felt as though another seat might end up at this demon's party and given to them. Their own chests felt like they were expanding unpleasantly from the inside, rumbling, burning. And it was surely because the candy was about to overflow from their stomachs. Rosa, once again tortured by a desire to vomit, threw her stomach acid up on the floor. And then she searched to see if there was any candy in it. Going insane. Rosa coughed violently again, forcefully spitting out the stomach acid that had been burning in her throat. Realized that by now, her whole body had been covered in filthy sweat.
源氏さんとシャナンちゃん、お父様に連絡して指示を仰いでちょうだい。郷田さんはカノン君と一緒に行って警察に電話を。あと、南條先生に来てもらう。
Why even bring Dr. Nanjo here? It's a bit too late for a medical care. The servants accepted her orders and dashed outside. After watching them leave, Rosa once again stared at her siblings, with whom she'd spent good times and bad, and their partners. Though there could be nothing more tragic than this scene, for some reason, she was tempted to describe these fantastical deaths as beautiful. Man, I really like the excessive use of all those descriptors for everything. Churning. Ami, Olsen, Eki, Aimi.
どこに行っちまったんだろうな。
Alright, so what are we doing here?
使用人室も厨房も空っぽだぜ。
Are they just gonna be told? Are they not gonna be told anything? Are they gonna find out?
一体どうしちまったってんだ。
Oh, she's mad that her letter's gone. Oh, never mind. She's mad about her mother. Okay, now it's okay. It's both. Maybe she figures that her mother took it.
弱ったね。バトラ君、本当にローザおばさんだったのかい？
Okay.
まあ、俺も寝ぼけてたから自信はねえんだが、明け方にローザおばさんが入ってきて、マリアの手提げカバンを漁ってるような気がしたんだよ。俺はてっきりマリアの手提げに歯磨きのチューブでも入ってるんじゃないかなんて思って寝ぼけてて。
なんで歯磨きのチューブがマリアの手提げに入ってるんだよ。
I don't know, because she carries all sorts of random junk in there?
寝ぼけて夢でも見たに決まってんぜ。
Battler vaguely remembered Rosa entering the cousin's room. Also, when Maria woke up before the rest of them, she started rampaging around, saying that someone had opened the envelope she'd been keeping safe. Putting two and two together, they figured that Rosa had probably come in and opened the envelope.
黄金の魔女様の封筒か。中に何が入ってたんだろ
う。わからないね。でも、あの封筒はおじい様が新書に使う後ろ宮家の家紋の入ったものだった。親族会議と無関係なものが入っていたとは考えがたいね。
Hadn't let anyone touch it, but yesterday Maria had shown that envelope off to Battler and the rest a whole lot, so they remembered it well. And she's never gonna calm down from this issue.
ジョージの兄貴の言う通りなら相当重要なものらしいが、しかし そんな大事なものを、どうして魔女様はマリアに渡したんだろうな。
It was for her Halloween party.
さっぱりだぜ。
Every once in a while, the refreshing morning atmosphere was completely wiped out by the sound of thunder. It was only natural. Since the moment they woken up, they hadn't met anyone else. I felt like only they were left, as if the mansion had become an empty husk.
おーい、誰かいないか、返事してくれよ。
Jessica called out into the hallway, and eventually an answer came back. It was from the entrance hall.
聞こえますとも。何かありましたか？
南條先生だ。
Anjo!
よかった。この島から僕たち以外が消えてしまったわけではないようだよ。
No
南
one
條先生、
disappeared.
おはようございます。すみませんが、うちの親たちとかどこに行ったか知りませんか？
Not yet, he doesn't.
はて、私も今起きてこちらに来たばかりですからな。わかりかねますが、さて。
It was only natural. Anjo was a guest just like the rest of them. He'd come just now to pass the time in the parlor until breakfast.
南條先生、ママが通った。ママがマリアのお手紙通ったの。返して。
Maria buried her face into Nanjo's plump stomach, sobbing and crying. Plump? Calling him fat? Nanjo could do nothing but be bewildered by this ruckus so early in the morning. Just woke up and has to deal with this.
誰かかけてくるぜ。ジェシカ、誰か来るぞ。
From down the hall, they could see people running hurriedly. Hawks probably they're probably gonna follow them, like again, and find out that way. And then Maria's gonna be happy at her Halloween party left there, and everyone's gonna be creeped out. And Rosa's gonna freaking freak out again. From down the hall, they could sense people running hurriedly. They saw Goda and Kenon running towards them. Rushing towards them? Coming towards them. I messed it up twice. Normally, it would be disgraceful for a servant to run inside the mansion. And yet, Battler and the rest didn't even think to question that now. Maria's gonna get her ass beat again as soon as she brings the letter to Rosa. Brings up the letter. True. Maria's sobbing had become so unmanageable. So unmanageable, they wanted to ask anyone, where Rosa was. But the two servants seemed to have bigger things on their minds than Jessica, who was waving at them. Oda flew into the servant room, and when Kenon noticed that Nanjo was there, he bowed and approached the doctor at a quick pace before whispering something in his ear.
なんですって、ローザさんが。
はい、ご案内いたしますので、どうかご同行お願いいたします。
わかりました。
こちらへ。
Without saying anything more than that, Kenon finally noticed Jessica and bowed to her. But he wasn't calm. He dashed back to the corridor, by which he had come, followed by Nanjo. By looking at how hurried they were, Battler and the rest realized that something bad really had happened. They saw Goda through the door in the servant room, which had been flung open. He was holding the receiver and violently pressing the hook. From that, they realized he was trying to call a hospital or the police. In any event, he was trying to call someone because a serious emergency had occurred.
行ってみようぜ。
Here's Maria just an invitation to the gold note. Is that how Beatrice like described it or said it was whenever she gave it to Maria? They didn't know what, but something was happening. Battler and the rest chased after Kanon and Nanjo. And then we realized Kanan-kun had called Dr. Nanjo, but he hadn't called us. We shouldn't have gone with them. I wonder if Alice regretted her excess curiosity when she chased after a rabbit holding a clock. That's a good line.
ダメよ、入っちゃダメ、見ちゃダメ、ジェシカちゃんダメ。
Feels like it would have been easier to stop them from going in. One, it's not like a wide, like, huge, like, garage door looking thing. Like, she could have just... Well, I guess... Not really easy for her to think clearly, yeah. But if she was, she could have closed the door and locked it until Nanjo got there and then only let him inside. Okay, repeat of this. But this time... George's parents are here. And they had survived it before. All three of them have their parents missing, except for Maria, who has her mother.
何があったの？なんだよ、趣味が悪いにも程があるじゃねえかよ。命を奪うならそれで十分事足りただろうがよ。なんだよこりゃ。わざわざ殺した後に椅子に座らせて腹裂いて、菓子をわざわざ中に詰め込んだってのかよ。なんだって、なんだって、そんな悪趣味なことをしやがるんだよ。
The heavy language this time.
やってくれやがるぜ。最高だよ、最高だよ。
皆さんは外へ出られた方がいい。こんな姿を皆さんに見せたいなどと彼らが思うわけがありません。
And you're told the children to go outside, but no one listened.
ローザさん、皆さんに言ってください。こんなもの見続けてはどこになる。
Rosa regretted her own carelessness. She should have realized the children will eventually come here. She should have quickly locked up and... Yeah, that's what I was saying! Instead of standing around stunned. So the children had come here. They had seen it. Surely, at this very moment, they were having a sight burned into their eyes that was far more grotesque than the shocking meal Rosa had witnessed in her youth. Now she hugged Maria, seemed to be too shocked to show any emotion at this gruesome scene. Rosa cried for them and their parents. Before groaning and crying voices, their sadness continued to echo in a place that should have known God's love. Battler cut in? Oh, Maria's shocked at this too? That's... I was more so expecting her to be... maybe not fully delighted, but not caring too much. Like, she didn't seem to... well, she didn't see the bodies in episode 1. But she also didn't seem to have cared that much. Also would have expected her to bring the letter up to her mother and make things even worse. Be upset. They hate her candy. Oh, they ate it, duh. They loved it so much that they ate enough to explode them for the inside. Alright, Battler cutting. Crap! Another one, of course, another. It's gonna keep happening. Your job is to solve it. her. She's upset that Rosa isn't one of the dead. Stole her letter after all. Unforgivable. True.
しかも今度もやたらと凝った最高にふざけた殺し方をしやがって。
わらわはそんな嘆きより感謝の言葉が聞きたかったぞ。
Thank her.
感謝感謝と言ったがこのクソババてめえ耳がいかれてやがるってんなら俺が両の耳を引き裂いてよーく聞こえるようにしてやるぜ。なんで俺がこの最高にいかれた殺し方にありがとうございますベアトリーチェ様なんて言わなければならねえんだ。ぶっ殺してやる。
Hell yeah. Just swap to the fighting game right now. Start beating her up. Hit her with the combo. Whoa! That's a far more like smug sprite than we've seen thus far. She cranked it up an extra level, dude. Holy.
お前は自分の親の死に顔が見られないと嘆いたな。だから残したぞ。
Wow. Okay.
しっかり残した。よく拝んでおけ。間違いなく父親たちが殺されたことを。
She's doing this because they were thinking there's a chance, or he was thinking rather, I think it was him, that there was a chance that it could have been like a fake body, right? That one of them could have still been alive and been the murderer. They could have faked their death. So she did it like this so that it can be without a doubt all of them there. Right? Old smug face still better. I wonder what it looks like. I don't think I can. That's something I could swap just on the fly. Damn. Take a good look, for without a doubt, your father and the rest have been killed.
そうかよ。そいつはサービス満点だぜ。気に入った。俺はてめえの息の根を止めたら顔面耕してやろうと誓ってたが、そいつは取り消してやるぜ。てめえの腹渡を引きずり出してやる。
Gouged the head. Gouged I guess it could count for both of these, right? First time she killed the... Oh. Oh, maybe that's just coincidence. Maybe it doesn't quite match up with what I'm thinking here. Oh, you gave me the old spray. I see. I don't know. I think they're both pretty good. I'm pretty sure I've seen this image before, like a long time ago, before even really knowing what Umineko was. It is pretty good, you know what? I like how creepy this this updated one is, though. I liked a bit of creepiness to it. Whereas this one is just pure smug. Oops. I almost deleted the freaking screen capture from the scene. Oops. It's everywhere. New one is not smug enough. The new one here is pretty smug. But it's also like a far more intimidating, like creepy sort of smug. Oh geez, is having a good time. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the PS3 one menacing. That's the word I was looking for here. On your guts. Whoa! Another new sprite. They don't stop coming, dude. That's extremely creepy.
すでにわらわのゲームは始まっておるのだぞ。わらわは今回は綺麗に死体を残すことに決めた。
How very kind of you.
なぜだかわかるか？前回のゲームでそなたがわらわの存在を否定するとき、こう考えて否定したである。顔面が潰され、遺体の身元が確認できる。
I was right. Alright, that is why she killed him this way this time around.
だから身代わりの死体を用意してアリバイを作った可能性が否定できない。その可能性が排除できない限り、人間犯人説は維持できる。
なんだと？
さあバトラー、南條に検視を任せてよいのか？ミステリーの古典では検視の医者がグルというのが伝統なのだろう。
But now she's going after this line of thinking that Nanjo could have been in on it too.
なら南條に検視を任せるな。そなたが自らするがよい。
Oh man. I really like how she's going after all the points he tried to make in the first episode. Is that gonna be how the next episodes are gonna go? Like if we go again for the third time around. Like if he ends up making some like plausible excuses or theories rather for how things could have played out in the second time, is she gonna make sure to go after that as well? Dr. Nanjo, what's the verdict? Yes, these people are dead. They died from natural causes. Can't live without organs after all. True.
間違いなく6人の死体が当人で、死んだふりなどでなく本当に死んでいることを十分に確認するがいい。
Just pretending.
お前の父親が母親が腹を裂かれて臓物を引きずり出されて殺されていることを腹に手を入れてその手触りで確認するがいい。
Oh, really?
泣かねえ。ちくしょう、ちくしょう。泣かねえぞ、俺は。
Battler suddenly yelled. Tears were still dripping down. But as though scolding himself for being a sissy, they heard that word in a long time. He slapped himself in the face several times with both hands. Even so, the tears wouldn't stop. However, he felt a hot blaze in both his eyes.
これだけの上等を決めやがった野郎に借りはがっちり返させていただくぜ。なら泣く時じゃねえ。自分のすべきことを考えろ。ああ、ダメだぜ、全然ダメだ。涙を流す暇があったら考えろ。涙腺なんかひるませる時じゃねえ。
Rather than genuine anger, maybe it was more of an evasive anger to blot out his sadness. However, it gave a little courage to George and Deska, who had been crushed by the sadness.
そうだね。僕たちが泣いても起こってしまった現実は変わらない。
じゃあどうすりゃいいんだ。私は父さんと母さんのために何をすればいいんだよ。
ローザ様、戻りました。
ゴーダさん、警察はどうでしたか。
Bones dead!
多様の指示
Can't do it!
いつ頃来られそうだと言っていましたか。
それが 電話が故障のようで
Yep,
して
that's still a common thing.
非常用の無線機も試してはみたのですが、その天候のせいでしょうか、こちらも通じず。
Oh, he also tried the radio, which is also still down.
なんですって。
Makes sense.
じゃあ警察に連絡がつかないということなの？あいつだ。あいつが電話線とかに採掘して警察に電話ができないようにしたんだ。
When she heard that the phones had broken down, Jessica immediately decided it was the work of the mysterious guest. Her eyes were bright red after so much crying, that they began to grow even redder with rage.
大きな
Angry.
の余地なんかねえぜ。全てが分かってる。そうだと分かる。父さんと母さんを殺したのは誰だ？決まってるぜ。あいつだ。昨日来たとかいう魔女様に決まってる。襟首ひねり上げてやるぜ。チクショーチクショーチクショー。
Yeah, start fighting her, boxing her.
ジェシカちゃん、お待ちなさい。ゴーダさん、カノ君、行って。
はい。お嬢様、お待ちを。
Covering her uncontrollable sadness with anger, Jessica ran outside, torn apart by emotion. Thinking about it hastily, maybe the mysterious guest who arrived yesterday, Beatrice, was suspicious. However, in that instant, there was absolutely no proof that she was the culprit. At this moment, she's just another guest. No more, no less. So Rosa, making an adult decision, for once, was forced to stop Jessica in her rash rampage. Godo and Canon picked up on this immediately and chased after her.
誰にも招かれなかった客人ベアトリーチェが犯人なんだろうか。
ジェシカの気持ちもわかる。そう思い込みたい気持ちは誰でもいいから犯人ってことにして横っ面をぶっ飛ばしてやりたい気持ちがある。だがその前にはっきりと理解する必要がある。
Oh, thinking pretty
ベアトリーチェ
calmly here.
何者なんだ。俺は顔すら見てねえぜ。
That means she can't exist. Oh, alright, here's Creepy Maria.
顔ならお屋敷に大きな肖像画で飾られてたよ。
Show her to me,
あれだけ
to
見てまだ
Battler.
覚えられないのかな。
You ever seen him in the same room at the same time? I think not.
なんだよマリア、こんな状況で何がおかしいよ。
ベアトリーチェは魔女なんだよ。そして黄金鏡の扉を開くための儀式がいよいよ始まったの。この6人はその生贄なんだよ。
Alright, actually hearing it clearly this time. Is he not gonna wait until like the very last hour to finally realize that the epitaph has something to do with this?
さあさあ始まるよ、魔女の宴が。今宵はハロウィン。魔女たちが今こそ祝い集う。
マリア、その気持ち悪い声で笑うのをやめなさいっていつも言ってるでしょ。
Oh, alright. Here it comes. I was sort of expecting this to happen. The crisp. Rosa from the top rope. From the chandelier. The crisp sound of Rosa slapping Maria's cheek echoed throughout the high-ceiling chapel. Just one? Ever since it started raining yesterday, no, ever since the island was swallowed by the typhoon, I felt as though something was wrong. It was bright and sunny when I arrived in Rokkenjima, but since I'd gotten up early and was sleepy, I took a nap. When I woke up, it had already started raining, and ever since that time, suddenly a mysterious visitor calling herself the Golden Witch, Beatrice, arrived, and it felt like I was sinking bit by bit into a bizarre world. What the heck happened while I was napping? Am I supposed to believe this island was sealed off in sealed off inside a different world, where common sense doesn't apply? Who is this person called Beatrice? Is it some unknown person trying to involve themselves with the inheritance problem, just like our parents were freaking out about at dinner last night? Or is the culprit this witch from the Legend of the Gold, just like Maria said? Even if we set Jessica's temper aside, given the circumstances, it's probably safe to say this visitor person is the most suspicious. Oh, you mustn't make up our minds based on that alone. It's useless. It's useless. It's all useless. I smacked my face with both hands again, cooling off my brains before they overloaded. Even though it might have been a wasted effort.
これはおじい様の封筒。
Oh, was that there before? Did they just not notice? Did none of the other people notice it till just now? On a tray piled up with sweets that decorated a table, George and Nikki found a Western envelope that had the Ushirimiya family crest done on it in gold leaf. And it was unopened.
ってことはそれは俺たち宛てってことじゃねえのか。親父たちが読んだものだったなら開封されてるはずだぜ。
その推理は正解のようだよ。書いてある。残されし者たちへって書いてあるよ。
それは犯人が残した手紙なの。中身。
To those that remain. Is that the exact wording for the start of this? Not to those that remain, but those that remain.
兄貴、開けようぜ。
After nodding silently, George and Nikki broke the seal. A folded letter came out.
読むよ。六軒島へようこそ。
Oh.
後ろ宮家の皆様方、私は金蔵様にお仕えしております当家顧問錬金術師のベアトリーチェと申します。
That letter really was a joke. So it seems like it's the same letter that Maria read in episode 1 at the start of everything. They're only just now getting it. What was the letter that Rosa had then? Surely they opened it during that whole like debate they had last night after getting all the kids out. This letter really was a joke. This Beatrice, who called herself the family alchemist, had announced that she was collecting the gold she lent grandfather along with interest. And that interest was everything grandfather had created. Since this tragedy was right before our eyes as this paragraph was being read out loud, it clearly wasn't referring to just the wealth that grandfather had built up. It was literal. Everything that grandfather had created. In other words, all of grandfather's descendants were included in the interests.
ふざけやがって。なんてめちゃくちゃな契約だ。黄金の利子は命だってのかよ。そんなのまるで悪魔の契約じゃねえかよ。それで魔女気取りってわけか。笑わせやがるぜ。
特別条項。
Oh.
ただし隠された契約の黄金を暴いた者が現れた時、ベアトリーチェはこの権利をすべて永遠に放棄しなければならない。黄金の隠し場所についてはすでに金蔵様
Oh, are they actually gonna try solving the riddle at the very start this time around? Gonna happen?
もしこの殺人が利子の回収行為だというなら、それを止める条件としておじい様に与えた隠し黄金を探し出してみろと。そしてその秘密は例の肖像画の碑文に隠されているとも言ってる。
つまりこいつは魔女様の挑戦状ってわけか。黄金の隠し場所を記した暗号文を解けるものなら解いてみろと。そしてそれができなきゃ利子の回収をこの後も着々と進めていきますと、そう言ってやがるわけか。
No, there's 10 Twilights. Yeah, no. I was thinking of something, but it wouldn't make sense. No. No. Hell yeah.
バトラ君、これ。
Oh? The table was covered with sweets. So even though those things were right out in the open, we just assumed they were sweets too. I mean, come on, you see them a lot, right? You know, those boxes of chocolate shaped like gold ingots. She just left a box of gold out in the open.
本物だ。こりゃ本物の金塊だ。
片翼のわしの紋章が刻印されてる。
Free money. Why leave the gold bar here though? I guess as proof that the gold does exist and that they should try solving the riddle?
前に母さんが話してたのを聞いた。これはおじい様の黄金伝説の金塊だよ。
Gold ingots weighing a full 10 kilogram. A whole 3 of them were piled in the very center of the table. 3 of them, not just the one. 3. One for each family? It was where a cake would be placed if it was a birthday party. In other words, this was without a doubt the birthday cake of the party known as the family conference.
これが本当に純度49のインゴットだったなら。
4/9's quality? Oh, there's 4 of them, not 3. The way to describe it a bit is... Oh, it's a whole 3 of them. These really are 4/9's. 4/9's just like a type of quality for ingot or something. A little bit weird. We'll roll with it.
6000万円くらいの価値はある。
60 million yen.
バカ野郎。
Who cares about money?
安すぎる。
That's too cheap.
俺たちの親が6人も殺されて、そこに積まれた黄金がたったの6000万円だと。バカにするんじゃね
さあ始まったね、ベアトリーチェ。どうせこの謎は誰にも解けないよ。
Why not?
だから絶対にベアトの勝ち。
What makes you so sure?
早く黄金鏡への扉を開いて。そしてマリアを連れてって。
Ooh, glass break. 9, of course it looks impossible to her. Possible to me to... My 9?
お嬢様、どうか気をお沈めください。
Oh, this track again. I remember that it was played during, I think, Kenon's scene, when he would try to fight back against the witch. Anyway... Not stopping here, I wanna... try going until the next good scene break. But man, things really are starting to get interesting. They're starting to get interesting in this episode. The story has been interesting. Started. Alright. I am once again low on coffee, although I'll probably get like a water this time. I don't think I could... Might not be good to go for another full 3rd mug of coffee. So let's go do that real quick. Then we'll continue. We'll go a bit further. A quick BRB, don't mind me. Okay. Nice little break. Want a glass of water this time? I saw something weird on the floor. Alright. Got up, stripped my legs, got my water. Guess I'll just finish off the rest of this coffee. Only a little bit left. Alright, so we're here at the first set of murders again. Done differently and in a way that left all their faces intact. So what's Jessica and Canon's moment gonna be here then? Tear apart the two who are close. Gonna be the next Twilight. Oh, is this the... Huh. It's still the exact same letter, but the end of it doesn't quite make sense anymore. Tonight, ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo-sama to the fullest. Like, that doesn't make sense anymore this episode. But right, the second Twilight is supposed to be tear apart the two who are close. Is that gonna be George and Shannon? Because that's what Beatrice told Canon she was gonna do. It could end up jumping instead to Canon and Jessica if things play out here a specific way. Anyway, let's see where this goes.
誰が犯人かはまだわかりませんぞ。
After Jessica.
それにベアトリーチェ様、親方様の大切な賓客です。
だからなんだってんだ。本人の胸ぐらひねり上げてやれば白状するに決まってるぜ。目を見ればわかるんだよ。私が見破ってやる。何が魔女だ、ベアトリーチェだ。化けの皮を剥いでやる。
Angry. Jessica never stopped moving. Goda and Canon chased after her, doing their best to convince her to stop, but Jessica never lent them an ear. Eventually, the witch's VIP room came into view. This VIP room was always sealed and never used. No matter what kind of guest came, Kinzo never let them in there. And yet, the servants were always made to clean this room, so that could be used at any time. So the servants started calling this room the witch's VIP room, after their second shapeless master. Jessica knew about this too, and she couldn't forgive the arrogance of one who called herself a witch by staying in that room. The Golden Witch was just a fairy tale. Come on, a witch? To Jessica, she was nothing more or less than the murderer who had brutally killed her parents. Question her, hear her pitiful excuses, make her splutter in pain, gasp in anguish. No matter how hard she pretends to be a witch, I'll teach her that she's just a stinking sweaty human. As Jessica yelled with all of her strength, she hit the door to the VIP room. It definitely was a knock. She like straight up punching the door. That sound was the beating of her anger's hammer, as if she was determined to break the door down if it wasn't open. There was no answer. Jessica grabbed the doorknob without any reservation, but she felt the resistance of the lock. She turned around to look at the two servants and spoke.
ここマスターキーで開くんでしょ。開けて。
お嬢様、それは大変な失礼にあたります。
Although Goto was flustered, he still tried to somehow calm Jessica's anger. After hanging his head silently for a while, Canon pulled a master key from his jacket pocket.
カノンさん、いいんですか？
もしおられたなら、無礼になるのは承知です。
But she's not.
もし、ベアトリーチェ様が何の関係もないというなら、それを僕たちに釈明して納得させればいい。
そうだぜ、その通りだ。借りるぜ。
Jessica snatched Master Key from Canon's hand and violently shoved it into the keyhole. Immediately, there was a small sound. She felt the lock click. Then, without asking permission, she flung the door open.
ベアトリーチェ、どこだ？出てこい！
Jessica rudely stepped into the room, the witch wasn't anywhere to be seen. Check under the bed. At the bed.
いねえぜ。どこ行きやがった？
お姿がありませんね。
Jessica, thinking she might be hiding somewhere inside the rooms, peeked behind the curtains and under— Oh, she did! But couldn't find anyone. Damn, she wasn't under the bed. However, there were definitely signs that the bed had been used. And though it was only a vague sense, the atmosphere in the room felt a little soft. It wasn't the hard atmosphere of a place normally devoid of people like the chapel. You could definitely tell that someone had spent the night in this room, but she could not be seen. In reality, neither Jessica nor Goda had met Beatrice. They had only been told by those who had met her that she looked like a double of the character in the portrait. So they were doubtful that what her face really looked like. However, Canon alone had met her, understood what kind of being this witch was, what kind of personality she had. So, he knew that forcing their way in here and search for her definitely wouldn't work out. Must be watching us bitterly flail in vain from somewhere sneering at us. He's that kind of person. Because he was looking at things that way, Canon was the first to find it. The other two were concentrating on finding the shadow of a person so they didn't notice. Near a water jug on the side of the table, there was a single sheet of letter paper. On it was a short message, and nearby was a fountain pen, which had probably been used to write it. Canon already come to understand the witch. After finding the corpses, they've been overcome by rage and barged in here only to find no one. So of course the witch would mock them. You can't mock someone unless you know they're being mocked. In other words, that's what this must be.
お嬢様、ここに何か書かれています。
書かれてるってなんだ？
Jessica dashed over and violently snatched a piece. So violent, everything. Violently snatched a piece of paper away. Probably wasn't trying to be violent. She just couldn't control her strength right now.
だと、なめやがって！
Oh, what does it say? As soon as she read the message, Jessica went into a wild rage, crumpled up the paper up and threw it. Then she grabbed a light stand by the bedside and finally swung it around, mercifully hitting walls and furniture with it. The light bulbs all shattered at once, and the fragments were scattered across the room.
お嬢様、気をお沈めください。お怪我をなさいます。
離せよ！ちくしょう、ちくしょう！
What did it say?
出てきやがれ、ベアトリーチェ！よくも父さんと母さんを！そんなに私が怖えかよ！殺してやる！殺してやる！
Completely destroying the room. Holy. This was written on the paper. Oh.
私がぬくぬくとここであなたが飛び込んでくるのを待ちぼうけるとでも
Who's taunting her?
素敵な夜に粗暴なるあなたは似合わない
Inelegant for this intellectual
こ
night.
んな間抜けに育てた親はどんな顔見たよ
本当にそっくりな間抜け面。今はお菓子の国でお腹いっぱい。
It was the sort of thing that witch would write. It meant she predicted that one of the children who lost their parents would come running in here. She's hiding somewhere in this room. She must be rolling around laughing now. That witch was that kind of person. She sneered at people's misfortune, using it to stave off the boredom of 1,000 years.
これはお渡しください。お怪我をなさいますと申し上げております。
放てって言ってんだよ。くそくそ。
Oda snatched away the light and Jessica had been holding. After all, she kept swinging it around. She might end up smashing it against something which could cause serious injury. To Goda's eyes, Jessica probably looked mad with rage, burning herself up with the flames of anger. But Cannon's eyes saw it differently. Those were probably tears of sadness hidden by rage. So, when the light stand was taken from Jessica, and she started crying on the floor, scratching at the carpet, almost as though she were groveling. Goda was surprised, but Cannon was not. Of course. She had lost her means of crying by lashing out in rage. Considering that she was the daughter of the Ushirumaya family, she was in a very shabby state. She scratched at the carpet with her fingernails, and even her feet were scratching. Jessica cried very, very hard, as if she didn't, her rage would start building up again and swallow her up. But over and over again, she remembered that humiliating message. You can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such... You can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron must have looked like. 'Oh right, I saw them, and they look just as moronic as you. Now their bellies are full in the land of sweets. Did she also leave that message there to further confirm that it was her that was doing the killings? As George and Battler were still, on the fence about that they couldn't, like, confirm that she was behind it. Or Jessica, like, ran out. Also, I don't know why I'm thinking this. Letter 2! Is Jessica naturally blonde? Does neither Cross or Natsui are. Design choice, maybe? Nothing to think too hard about? Something I was thinking just now. Is he? Am I just not remembering that right? I thought it was like a light brown. Is he? My memory bad. Alright, never mind. Just thoughts that going nowhere. Trying to piece together things the best I can. I'm going for far out there ideas. where the asthma attack comes in, and then Kanon saves the day with the inhaler, I suppose. Instead of Nanjo this time, right? Nanjo was what happened last time. Jessica cried and screamed she triggered an asthma attack. Servants watching over Hurley ran up to her and rubbed her back, but that only provoked Jessica's wrath. Won't you literally die if they don't try to help you? Just got up unsteadily, and as her asthma continued, she went out into the hallway.
お嬢様、お薬を至急。南條先生をお呼びします。
ゴーダさん、僕に任せてくれませんか?
Kanon has this? Kanon had noticed. Goda, who was vastly separated from her in age, probably couldn't sense the tears in Jessica's heart. Kanon, who had noticed, had to be the one to support her.
カノンさん、いいのですか?
今のお嬢様には涙を流す時間も必要なのだと思います。ご両親のあんな死に方を目の当たりにしては。
そうですね。
Goda also understood. And he knew that Jessica and Kanon had shared a vague relationship with each other, so he understood everything. I left it to Kanon. The one good thing he's done?
お嬢様をくれぐれもよろしくお願いしますよ。
はい、お任せを。
Kanon's voice was frail, but he nodded firmly. After looking at his eyes, Goda nodded firmly as well. Goda was a veteran with many years behind him. He's seen a great number of people in his life, so he knew the vigorous sparkle that could be found in the eyes of those who possessed self-control. He had surely seen that in Kanon's eyes, so he'd leave this to Kanon. When you think about it, maybe this was the first time Goda had ever trusted Kanon or relied on him for a job. Jessica, still suffering from her asthma, seemed to be heading towards her room, though she kept leaning against the wall. Kanon followed her wordlessly. If she had asked for a hand, he would have leapt forward and supported her. But until Jessica did ask for that, he chose to hide himself, watching over from a distance, where he could come to her rescue at any time. People feel their hearts are about to explode from sadness and want to have someone by their sides. You can bet 10 billion of them would want to turn around and find someone in the place Kanon now stood. As he watched over Jessica from behind. Then finally, she doubled over in front of the door to her room. The asthma attack had stolen all of her strength, and her thoughts had gotten hazy from the lack of oxygen, making it impossible to even stand up again. But right then, Jessica didn't think she wanted someone to lend a hand. She still hadn't been able to overcome the flames of anger. Even if someone had offered her a hand with good intention, Jessica would have wanted to tear it right off then. She knew how unfair that would be. She definitely wouldn't ask for help until she overcame the fiery anger burning inside. Jessica had probably lost the willpower to even call for help. Kanon heard it. He definitely heard it. Kanon definitely heard that voiceless call for help. One shared by miserable grievers and the world around. An endless scream that no one ever seems to hear. Kanon quickly knelt by Jessica's side and wordlessly offered her a shoulder. Though Jessica kept coughing painfully, she accepted it. Unlocked the door to the room and entered.
こちらへ。今、お薬をご用意します。
Still dying? Jessica often said that when her asthma got serious enough, it hurt so bad it felt like she vomited up her own stomach. Her face was pale, her gaze wavered, and yet the coughing continued. Even so, her sadness was probably even stronger. They're having her sit on the bed. Canon took a bronchodilator from a cute little basket on a nearby side table and handed it to her. Jessica sometimes forgot to take her medicine with her. Whenever this seemed to have happened, Canon would take notice and secretly carry around an inhaler from the first aid kit in the servant room, but he hadn't done so today. He scolded himself, as though wondering how he could call himself furniture after failing to bring it with him on a day like this. Then he remembered the day he'd used that word and somehow betrayed Jessica's feelings. It jarred Canon's heart, but he felt it would be indiscreet to think about something like that, considering how Jessica felt. And he locked it up. He locked it up inside the depths of his heart. Feeling better? When she inhaled her medicine, Jessica's wild breathing calmed down bit by bit, and she was finally able to regain her composure. But she lost too much strength and willpower to get up from the bed.
大丈夫ですか、お嬢様。
私は大丈夫だぜ。父さんと母さんはダメだけど、私はもうちょっとなきゃ大丈夫だぜ。
Canon regretted his poor choice of words. Did he really say, "Are you alright?" to her? Was he really that clueless of the pain in her heart? This is what made him furniture. This is why he couldn't become human.
廊下におります。ご用がありましたら、すぐにお呼びください。
And understood that she still needed some time to cry alone. Good track. Think? He told her to call him at any time, bowed, and tried to leave the room.
何か
Jessica had spoken up as though she wanted to stop him, so Canon had stopped. If she asked it, I'd do anything I can to help her. Right now, I'd become even a cane or a chair if it would help ease the pain in her heart. By doing that, I'd make up for the pain I dealt to her heart on that day. For a while, Jessica stared into Canon's eyes. It was as though her reason for stopping him was something she couldn't put into words. For a while, neither spoke. Jessica broke that silence with a small voice.
ごめん。なんでもないぜ。しばらく一人になりたいって。
一人にはしません。あなたを僕は一人にしない。だから廊下にいます。いつでも呼んでください。
Just an instant, it looked like some kind of hope had flitted into Jessica's eyes. But it was very faint and disappeared like the first snow on the surface of a river.
ありがとな。しばらくだけ。一人で。
はい。失礼します。
And she wanted you to stay in her, like stay in the room with her, dude. Canon bowed once again and closed the door. He thought those words of his would give her some courage, but now it felt as though they actually hurt her for some reason. Yeah, you idiot. Why? He didn't know. Surely that was because he was furniture. That was why he couldn't grasp human sadness even now. As Canon repeatedly questioned himself, he walked down the corridor. He felt like the window at the quarter's end was coolly calling to him.
僕はやっぱり家具でしかないのか。
Still pouring outside. A dark, gray world. Even on days like this, Shannon would surely see the ocean and know that it was blue. But to my eyes, even if it cleared up, I would only see gray. Until I could understand the blue of the ocean. I'll be nothing but furniture imitating a person.
本当に女心のわからぬやつよ。
Here?
ああいう時
Ow.
は黙ってそばにいるのが正解だ。だからゆえに貴様は家具なのよ。貴様
There shouldn't have been any trace of human life in this corridor. It had been an empty corridor filled with frigid air. But those scoffing words approached Canon from behind. She is. When he turned around, he saw that witch. That witch who hadn't shown herself when Jessica had to search for her with rage bordering on madness, and who had left that sneering letter to toy Jessica.
女の傷つけ方は3つある。特別にわらわが教えてやろう。
Oh,
一つは刃物で傷つける。
that one seems obvious.
一つは心で傷つける。そして最後が一番難しく、一番効果的に傷つけられる。なのに意識せずして傷つけられる。わかるか？わかるわけもないし、知りたくもない。
What you just
期
did.
待を裏切る。だ。女ほど夢見がちな生き物はいない。勝手に夢を見、勝手に傷つく。お前のような距離の男が一番女を傷つける。わかるまいな。どれほどジェシカを傷つけてきたか、全く考えが及んでいまい。家具だから。お前のたわごとに付き合う気は毛頭ない。
Don't understand after being told.
僕を嘲笑うためだけに姿を現したというのか。うぬぼれるな家具。貴様ごとき嘲笑うにも足りぬわ。
Ooh. Not even worth the trouble.
そなたも一人ではそれに値しなくても、二人揃えば十分に足りる。若々しき男女の悲運を笑う喜びは何度繰り返しても飽きぬのでな。なんだと。まさか貴様、お嬢様を。第二の番の生贄に寄り添う二人が必要なのでな。お前たち二人は実に都合が良い。待て、勘違いするな。僕はお嬢様とそういう関係じゃない。第二の番の生贄にはならない。
Sure about that?
だからお前はジェシカを傷つける。だからお前は人間になれぬ。ならばよいだろう。貴様がジェシカを思い人と認めぬならば、それを受け入れてもよい。だがジェシカは殺す。なぜ？このバカが決まっておろうが。殺したらそなたが歪めるだろう。その表情が楽しいからの他に何の理由が必要なのか。
Extremely menacing here. Oh.
儀式に従い、わらわは気まぐれに13人を生贄とする。だがそれ以上殺してはならないとの決まりはない。わらわが楽しければ幾人でも殺す。
Kill everyone.
だから殺す。わらわを思いっきり笑わせてみせろよ。家具カノン。
At that time, kind of definitely heard Jessica scream, "Oh no." When he blinked and looked down the corridor, the witch who had supposedly been there so nonchalantly just a second ago was gone. This track. At that moment, he was just standing there all alone in the corridor, doing nothing, and the person he wanted to protect was asking for help from far away in that direction. It was obvious what he should do. It wasn't logical. It was an electric reflex. Without a trace of hesitation or distraction, there was a person he wanted to protect, was asking for help. And at that moment, he genuinely wanted the person by her side to be him. When he flew into Jessica's room, the scene that greeted his eyes was a bizarre one. The room had become a fantastical world where a blizzard of gold-colored specks danced, almost as though gold leaf had been scattered inside a snow globe. That descriptor again? No, that's not it. I've seen this spectacle before. This isn't gold leaf. It's countless golden butterflies, Beatrice's minions. Jessica was surrounded by countless butterflies, waving her hands around, trying frantically to drive them away. Kanon rushed towards Jessica and violently brushed a cloud of butterflies away. The butterflies, which were sickening despite their beauty, surrounded Jessica's face, trying to crawl in through her mouth and nose. Whoa. Jessica choked violently, almost as though the butterflies were triggering an asthma attack, mocking her. But when Kanon ran towards her, the butterflies stopped attacking and began to dance an elegant rondo around the pair.
大丈夫。僕の目の黒いうちはあなたに誰の指一本触れさせたりするものか。出てこい、ベアトリーチェ。これで満足か。
As he stood guard in front of Jessica, who was using her inhaler and seemed to be in pain, Kanon yelled into the empty air. And when he did, the empty air did indeed laugh back, satisfied. Is she actually gonna die here, though? Ooh. There she is! And then she showed herself. It wasn't in response to Kanon's demand. It was obviously because appearing and sneering would bring them even more humiliation. And plus, it was more fun! She's also in her dress this time. Everything fits to the plot.
いや、二人が揃ったのだから、カモとネギと呼ぶべきか。
Gonna use the both of them after all?
ベアトリーチェ。
お下がりください。お嬢様、僕が守る。
姫に騎士が揃わば、魔女が現れるのは必然よ。どれ？金蔵の家具がどの程度の力を持つか見せてもらおうではないか。
She snapped her fingers with a piercing sound. And when she did, a blizzard of gold butterflies was stirred up, and they began to form a small mountain nest that he whirled around in a circle. It was just like this rolling of a cold, wintry wind that builds up a mountain of leaves. Oh! From that mountain of gold, a hand sprouted, and it appeared, as though a resident of the world below was crawling out from beneath the ground. Whoever this dude is, they look freaking buff. That's definitely no one here. No one has facial hair like this. Or like that, rather. Jessica couldn't comprehend what she was seeing right now, and her mouth kept flapping open and closed. It was the bite of wisdom seen in those trying to understand something incomprehensible. Oh, it's not facial hair at all. Straight up freaking demon, dude. He is the goat. Literally? A literal goat? That thing crawling up, calling an attendant who served a witch. It appeared to be wearing a uniform suitable for one who served. But his face was wrong. Strange. It looked strange. It was covered with pitch black hair, breathed rotten breath, and its eyes were filled with the same strange subterranean glow as lava. And to symbolize its non-human status, had 2 horns. It was the figure of a goat-faced attendant who served the witch. By now, Jessica had no idea what she should say. All this happening in front of her couldn't be explained with common sense, and she couldn't do anything except open and close her mouth. Jessica hadn't realized. She hadn't realized that this island had already been cut off from the rules of our world. But there were some things even she could understand. This goat attendant served the witch, and it was after her life. And apparently the witch already given it the order. She was looking at Canon with an expectant gaze. She looked at him with an expectant and therefore challenging gaze, as though asking him how he intended to protect this maiden. Though the attendant had looked especially bestial, or crawling to its feet. I'm gonna explain this one with facts and logic. Well, clearly it's just Beatrice making shit up, because with Battler, like, not in this room witnessing it with his own eyes. Devil's proof. Prove it wasn't a Minotaur tearing them apart right now. You can't, can you? You also can't prove that it was, because I wasn't there! And the only people who witnessed it are dead! Oh, the attendant had looked especially bestial while crawling to its feet. You could see in the way it carried itself that it possessed more than enough grace to be worthy of serving the Golden Witch. And you could tell that it was overflowing with the joy of furniture wanting to meet its master's expectations. Furniture? Yo, Canon, it's just like you. Perfect match. You got this. You're even in strength. Furniture versus furniture.
この後に及んで人間のふりを続けるのなら死ぬのはお前だけでは済まぬぞ
Canon was like a crib. This guy's a king-sized bed. That's okay. Always bet on the underdog. Canon has this. The goat attendant made what seemed to be a silent, respectful bow. It was directed at its master. Was it directed at its master? Or was it offered to Canon, its opponent? Then, on the attendant's hand, a blade of wicked malice appeared. Oh, it's... Dude, that's the energy sword from Halo! What the fuck? Who gave him that? How'd he get it? This gamer goat. The hell is that indeed? Jessica had been unable to understand what was happening before her eyes for a while now. All she understood was that this glow in front of her existed for the purpose of ending her life. And right now, that was enough. Canon spoke quietly to Jessica, who was hiding behind his back. Come on, Canon, pull something out. Do something cool. I believe. Oh! that's... I said I believed, but I also kind of didn't. This is sick, dude. Played Halo 2, it's over. He has the red energy blade. Holy.
金蔵は家具を生み出すことに関してだけはわらわの足元に及ぶやもしれぬこんなものバラの手入れにもカノン君それは
How long were you able to do that?
見せたく
よくぞ抜いたぞ。思いを寄せる女の前で己が人間以下の存在であることを晒した気分は
Of humanity.
どんなものよ。
黙れ。
憤怒で己を焦がしているくせに冷静を装うか。なるほど。真に熱き炎は青く静かだという。今のそなたがそうだというのか。
僕の力でお前を殺すことなどできるわけもない。お前は月、石つぶてを投げたとて月を砕くことなどできる。だがお前は権限するために水面にその姿を映す。水面に石つぶてを投じれば一時月を乱すこともできるかもしれない。
Oh, nice setting.
しかし月を砕くことなど至らない。だから僕は
Has a custom sprite for having the sword in this stance. Oh,
この命尽きるまでお前の映る水面を叩き続けてやる。
気に入ったぞカノン。始めろカグども。
oh, fight. Let's go. He'll win this. Whoa! Holy shit, dude! This is sick! To be concluded in the fighting game. Oh.
ほう、美しい奇跡だ。
The witch's words of admiration broke the silence, and just for an instant, they broke Jessica's paralysis. Yo, Jessica, you seeing this? It's sick as hell.
私は
Gonna look so cool in the anime. Oh, wait.
夢を見てるの。
So you're taking this a lot better than Joe did? What? I'm guessing... I think it's hilarious and sick, but I'm guessing... Maybe... Did he not like how, like, freaking weirdly anime it is? He hates magic? Okay. Hmm. There's the last of my coffee done. I'm an idiot. I just like stupid things. He hated this. I'm surprised if he hates magic so much that he didn't just freaking toss the game out right then and there. Stop it. Didn't continue it. But no, I'm also like taking this, as I said before, as like the witch just completely making shit up. So like this probably isn't actually happening this way to begin with anyway.
来い魔女の家具め。元来た地獄へ叩き落としてやる。
Yo. There's a voice line. Well, it wasn't like words. Something. Yo, again. Even faster. Oh! A strand of red had been left on Canon's cheek, which saw this and grinned broadly.
勘が戻らぬことを言い訳につぶやいてもよいぞ。
カノン君、しっかり。
大丈夫。僕はまだ死なない。
Whoa! Oh no. Oh! What was that animation? curve drawn by the goat's attendant's blade through a large arc and empty space. Canon wasn't there. He was behind it. Oh.
先に帰りて。主の帰りを待つがいい。行け。
Freaking instant transmission behind him? I thought he got sliced in half. If this battle of drawing sparkling curves was chess, then Canon coming from behind was check. And press, and press, and press, and press. Use 7 moves and make it 8. Perhaps the goat attendant haven't even been granted the ability to go into death throes. As his knees buckled and it fell over, it broke into a bunch of gold butterflies with a pop. Nothing personnel, kid. So there was no sound of it hitting the ground. Even those unable to understand this battle would surely realize that Canon had been magnificent.
ハンドメイドには勝てぬか。そこまで見下げたものではないらしい。
次はお前だ。ベアトリーチェ
Slicer! The instant Canon's blade sliced diagonally through the witch's form like a knife through butter. He turned gold and burst. He did it! The witch is gone! That's the end of the game. End of the story. Player Expedition 33? Yeah, I'll play more of that tomorrow. Howdy, DBZ. He scattered into several thousand gold butterflies, and just for an instant, the room was filled with the color of twilight. Color of twilight. The thought of that at the back of my mind. It was just Canon himself. It was just as Canon himself had said. Slicing Beatrice was just the same as slicing the surface of the water where the moon was reflected. The witch's form, with an ordinary expression on its face, as though she'd been there the whole time, was right behind Canon.
十分に面白い見せ物であったぞ。それに免じ見逃してやろうかと思ったが今の無礼で気が変わった。
嘘をつくな。お前にお嬢様を殺させはしない。たとえそれが無理でも僕より先に殺させはしない。
お前にはそれすらできぬわ。
He's already dead. Look behind you. Whoa.
家具が無口であれ家具が身の程を知れ家具が
カノン君は家具なんかじゃない。
ほう
Oh, made her change her expression.
なぜそう言えるのか。
理由なんかいらない。カノン君はカノン君だよ。本当の名前は別にあるけれど、それでも名前は家具じゃない。カノン君にはカノン君の生き方がある。それはとても高潔なもので、自らが決めるもの。家具だから意見しちゃいけないとか、家具だから自分の人生を持っちゃいけないとか、そんなのないよ。お嬢様、あいつを挑発してはいけません。はっきり言っておくぜ。カノン君は家具じゃない。人間だよ。どうして
I
カ
said
ノン
so.
君は自分の意志で私を助けに駆けつけてくれた。そして恐ろしい魔女であるあんたの前に立ちはだかってくれた。私を見捨てることなんていくらでもできただろうに、そうしなかった。自己犠牲は人間だけが持つ高潔な精神だ。だからカノン君は人間なんだ。だから訂正しろ。カノン君を家具だなんて呼ぶな。二度と。お嬢様。
Oh, off the optimistic music, just cutting out abruptly. Doesn't feel good.
語るな人間が。とっとと終わらせよう。何しろまだまだ第二の番。互いの尊厳を認め合う寄り添いし二人を今こそ生贄に捧げよ。さあさあおいでなさい。罪を許しなさい。煉獄の七杭が一つ。色欲。
Lust. The witch summoned her furniture with a mixture of laughter and anger on her face. Oh! What the hell? Asmodeus is a... It's a person? A thing? Go back to goat with sexier. True. Get her out of here.
茶番は飽きた。第二の番を速やかに遂行せよ。わらわに瞬きを三つも許すな。仰せのままに。妙なのが出やがったぜ。
The weirdo showing up. I thought exactly. Just adding more characters to this. What the hell? Took Canon less than an instant to understand. That goat face from a second ago had been nothing more than a pawn to the witch. However, this newly summoned furniture was a game piece with a vastly different value.
素敵な獲物に恵まれるなんて、なんて幸運なのかしら。怯えてる？かわいい。
来い、魔女の家具。お前には殺されない。
私の姿を追うこともできないノロマのくせに生きがって。行くわよ。ねえねえ、どこがいい？どこを貫いてほしい？お答えなさいよ、かわいい子。あなたの好きなところを思い切り貫いてあげる。さあさあ、お答えなさいよ、かわいい子。
僕を可愛いと言うな。
Now's not the time to get flustered.
行くわよ、ノルマ。さあ追ってごらん、その節穴で。
お嬢様。
目では追えなかったけどよ。読みは当てたぜ。ざまあ。
Oh,
やがれ。
you got it hidden? Cannon's back had been the target, but Jessica had predicted it. She predicted that the witch's target would be the complete opposite of fair and honest, his back. But she had no way to block it. She hadn't planned on it being some act of self-sacrifice. Just couldn't think of any other way to protect Cannon's back. So she could do nothing but block it with her own back. The furniture of the witch, which had changed its form into a demon stake, was buried deep into Jessica's back. It was an obviously fatal wound that reached as far as her lungs. When she saw this, the witch let out a loud, evil laugh, because it hit where the witch had predicted. Everything was as the witch had predicted.
どうしたカノン。ジェシカお嬢様はお前より先には殺されなかったんじゃないのか。そうそう、それそれ、その顔よ。お前のその顔が見たかった。楽しんだ、実に十分。もうよい、死ね死ね、笑わせろ。さあさあおいでなさい。罪を許しなさい。煉獄の七杭が一つ。フンド。
Brass.
フンドのサタン。
The same outfit. Same kind of eyes too. Different colored hair.
その獲物はお前のものだ。今すぐ食らって、こやつの舞台に幕を下ろしてやれ。人ならば交番とも言おうが、家具のお前の場合は、大道具係が舞台裏に運び出すといったところか。
僕はもう家具じゃない。そしてそれを二度と疑わない。
なーに？あんたまた私に殺されちゃうの？
Satan looks like this. Maybe they're on to something. Maybe they are. Why don't we get this Satan in Persona?
あんたの胸、温かくて本当に貫くと気持ちがいいのよ。
Hold it. What do you mean again? You're saying episode 1 for sure already did happen. And it's not a reset? Episode 2? Continuation? Just with... How do I... Only they keep... What are the rules here, dude?
さあ、また味合わせて。あなたの温かい胸の中で、熱い熱い血潮で、私を思い。
Such a strange sound. Like rapidly beating like a metal pipe. No way to block it. Sound of a woodpecker filled the entire room. And before he could blink, it was already right in the center of his chest. When you take a piece in chess, the rules say it's impossible for your opponent's piece to defend itself. So this was an obvious result, in accordance with the rules. Kinda landed on his knees, and he apologized. Not to the witch, not to Milady. He apologized to Jessica.
ごめん。守りきれなかった。
気にしないで。かっこよかったよ。
And finally fell over. He landed next to Jessica, and the two lay there like the constellation Gemini.
カノ君はさ、もう家具じゃないよ。
はい。それに気づくのが遅すぎた。
君の本当の名前聞きたか。
Oh, are we gonna hear it?
僕の本当の名前は
In his last moments, Canon wanted to tell her his real name. But Jessica had already fallen into his sleep from which she would never wake. So Canon's real name, which he had protected until today. In the end, couldn't tell it to Jessica. Aww.
僕は人間になれ
Those were the last words Canon left behind.
"笑わせるな家具が。100年を経ようと家具は家具よ。捨てるときに家具のために墓穴を掘るバカがどこにいる？ 家具は叩き割って薪にして、後には灰しか残らぬわ。そういうことよ。家具に刻める墓碑などない。貴様は死ねばこれ以上の屈辱を受けることがないと信じてるようだが、それは甘いぞ。死者を恥ずかしめるというのがどういうものか。
What is she gonna do? After taking a puff from her pipe, the witch breathed the smoke at Canon's corpse. When she did, Canon's corpse softly floated up in the air and disappeared as though it had been eaten by a mouth. In empty space, which played dirty until the very end. The corpses of the pair who managed to understand each other in the end were not even permitted to be close. If someone had been watching, they probably would say mournfully, "So this is what you meant by disgracing the dead." However, Beatrice was far crueler than that. For the reason for that would soon become apparent. Oh man. I said I was gonna play until the next, like, scene break. This seems to be it. Oh, turning back time a little bit. Do I stop here and then continue it next time? Do I leave it? I kind of want to find out. I guess we will stop here. It doesn't seem like we'll find out for a decent bit. Oh boy. What a entertaining series of events here. That whole fight was so stupid, dude. I really liked it though. It was great. Can't wait to see how much Joe actively probably hated that. Which I'll probably do after I play more next week. BN's doing their best to do fight scenes. There's only so much you could do in a VN, I suppose. Sliding animations or sliding like sprites and flashes of like still images. Great. Full of soul. Wonder why we don't have updates on these. Probably because everyone else hasn't found them. I wonder what his real name was. Oh well. I suppose that's it. I'm still like no closer to even realizing what this riddle could be. Up to 55 minutes of stream 8. Really? What? Was the start of stream 8 that like fight scene? Because ending a stream right before that, before Canon goes to the rescue, seems like a rough cliffhanger for people waiting and wanting to see things. Oh, wait. I'm probably gonna continue to like actually wait though. Like wait until I get further to start watching them again. Probably go back to my original plan of just waiting until I finish the episode before checking his stuff out again. What stream was I watching all that? Oh, stream 6. So all of stream 7 and then a little bit of stream 8, huh? I think he was told to stop before it. He was on a fixed schedule from an Umineko enjoyer. I see. Ah. Anyway, I think we made good progress. Some interesting stuff happened. I have many a question, but I suppose that won't change until we finally get into the answer arcs, yeah? Ugh. I don't know what to think about everything. I think the energy blade stuff was so dumb. So cool. So dumb. My kind of thing, though. You might figure things out. Don't need to wait for answers. Maybe I will figure things out. Maybe I already have, and I said it as a joke earlier. Previous streams. Who knows? I don't. In any case, we'll end things here. Today's Sunday, yeah. Unless I end up oversleeping again or something and just miss an entire day. I'm gonna play more Expedition 33 tomorrow. Continue where we left off when I found myself inside that mansion. Don't know what I'm gonna do after. Maybe do 2 streams of Expedition 33. I do want to play more of it. 33 hours of it. There's not enough hours in a day to do that. Not enough time. Days need more hours in them, honestly. They're too short. Sometimes they're too long, though. But yeah. I enjoyed the progress I was able to make today. I enjoyed what happened. Everything was great. Everything's happening so differently. With a lot of hints that the episode 1 is like something that did happen in the past. It's not like everything's completely reset square one with like just different things at the start that's changing the like events timeline. Magic is awesome. Who wouldn't believe it? Me. I'm not gonna believe it because the witch. I can't believe she's real. Can't be. I refuse. I refuse her. But right. All right. Tomorrow at the same time, play more Expedition 33 for who knows how long. Continue to fail getting all my parries in order. I keep saying I want to start Sonic Unleashed, and then I keep not doing that here because I just don't stream the day I say I'm gonna play it, or I get sidetracked with other things. Like I'm gonna get sidetracked playing Expedition 33. I'm really enjoying that game though. Why would I want to play it? I already started it. It'd be kind of weird to just stop playing it after making some progress. Any case, that's gonna be it for me. As always, anyone want to watch me, thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time. See ya, see ya.